7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and we encourage you here in our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour to participate in the presentation by texting in, calling in, emailing in, talking it over in our Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can text in 314-399-9646. That's presented to you by the Air Comfort Service Friends. And it's great news, Martin, because it's June 1st, which means Jackson will give people text inbox names if they politely request them at 314-399-9646. And he'll do it till Friday at 11 a.m.
That's why he's got to bounce at his step.
Yep.
That's what it is.
And they have to do it politely?
Yep.
Okay. Seems reasonable.
I've seen the work of the texters. Not always polite.
No.
But if you want to, what does it get? Flies with honey?
Yeah, get flies with honey.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Okay. Be nice.
Yeah, it always helps
It's a
to be
name
nice.
change Monday.
But you don't have to be too nice. You don't have to gild the lily.
No, yeah.
I like that, too.
And that's the new version of giving someone flowers?
I guess so, yeah.
You can also call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt is vacationing in the Hamptons?
Yeah.
The Napa Hamptons.
He's going to, oh, that's right. This was a controversial topic on After the Morning After.
Yeah.
Martin, I don't know if you've caught up on After the Morning
I'm a little
After.
behind at this point. Last I heard, Iggy had a bird. That's about where I left off.
Mm-hmm. Like Brooks from Shawshank Redemption.
I said he's one episode away from being in Shawshank.
So Kurt is in Napa with a buddy who's shooting a movie, Jackson?
That's right.
And people have extrapolated that movie might be for a certain industry.
What they extrapolate, I can't control,
No,
nor
that's
can
right.
Kurt.
It's some sort of short film, he said.
Yeah. It's a short film.
Yeah. And he was excited to help a friend and see what that industry's all about, so he did that.
He was tuning in on Friday. He was part of the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat while also texting the show. So he was active.
Oh, he wasn't here on Friday?
He was not. He was en route, I
He
believe.
took he late change. He took an earlier flight on Friday, and he let me know beforehand that I was all good with it. Not like I'm his,
look at that. President of the market,
Wow.
Jackson Burkett.
Not like I'm his boss, but when he's not here, it directly impacts me and what I have to do on a daily
Look
basis.
at this guy.
So,
I remember a Cardinal pregame where some big topic was going down, and I said to Mazalek, do you think we can get somebody from ownership to talk? He goes, well, what about me? And I said, wow, okay,
Yeah,
okay, let's see how it
shareholder.
is. Well, I see how it is. And now Papers is sort of elevated to that status.
No, again, just because of when he leaves.
Is this a hostile takeover?
No, when he leaves, if he's not here, it directly impacts my workload for that
Tell
day.
Doug how it impacts your work.
Oh.
I have to upload the podcast, write the show notes, take care of some other behind-the-scenes stuff that has to get taken care of on a day-to-day basis.
I'll be darned.
Your head was spinning on Friday.
Yeah,
a little
I was underwater a little bit, but we got there.
All right.
And it was about 40 degrees for the first hour of the show in here.
I actually texted Jackson around 5:15 this morning, and I said, hey, because he gets here before all of us, I said, could you go into the 101 studio and turn up the heat as a preventative measure from the potential igloo circumstances?
Right, and unfortunately, I can do my best, but the heater's, the thermostat's broken.
Yeah.
So, I can...
Oh, so it doesn't even matter?
I can turn off one of the settings that, keeps air flowing in here, so we have no airflow right now.
But
I
it's
like
nice
that.
in here.
Yeah, but it is
We're
nice.
exchanging each other's molecules.
Yeah, it's like we're like on an airplane where it's just sweet, sweet recycled air, Doug. And every one of those chuffs you do,
Every one of those what?
little chuffs you got.
Chuffs.
Yeah,
What?
when you turn your mic off and you kind of...
That's a chuff?
Yeah, I think that's what tigers do. They don't growl, they chuff.
Huh.
And Doug's a true son, except
And
at
we're on
the
an airplane.
tiger meeting.
Where you can
Like slow.
smoke in aisle 7, but it's non-smoking in aisle 8. That's how they used to do it. Perfect.
Damn, upload a file and write a paragraph. How many degrees from Mizzou does that take? That's from Jugs in D.C. Doug, he's a George Washington guy.
Yeah.
And mad at Chuck Todd because he made George Washington change their nickname from revolutionaries to colonials or colonials to revolution. I can't follow it, but I just know Chuck Todd did it.
I didn't anticipate that being received well, but...
What's that, Chuck Todd?
No, me saying what I have to do. Anytime I anyone on the show says what they have to do, it's like, oh, wow.
It's ridiculed.
Go cry in a hole.
Go cry in a hole is the title of the Healthcare Evolution 7.
What I do every day is I dig 25 ditches and then fill them back up before nightfall. That's my day-to-day.
Very big of Jackson to let the guy who doesn't even really work there have the day off. Magnanimous even. That's from the unknown DJ.
Gosh.
I don't even know why I try.
Buddy, you do a great job.
I don't know why I try. All I was saying was Kurt let me know because he wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to have too much on my plate if he left early. And I said, of course, dude, go and enjoy yourself.
But normally you deny his vacation request?
I'm done.
He's done. Martin, he's done. They got him at 7:05.
I was like kind of looking forward to this show. I was kind of looking forward.
Really?
Yeah, come on, Cardinal Cub, good weekend.
I saw papers at the game on Saturday.
We went to the game Saturday. It was great.
Former big leaguer, World Series champ Brian Bowringer came up to me and he said, that papers, he's getting quite the education working with you guys, but he's really becoming something.
Well, thank you,
about
Ben.
that?
Thank you. That's very
World
kind.
Series
Incredibly
champion.
kind.
I had a conversation on Saturday, Doug, a little rain delay situation with the weather as we have storms in the area again here on Monday. And people raving about Jackie Papers, for
Very
real.
kind. That's really kind. That makes me feel good.
I gave a variety of thoughts on the importance of Jackie Papers to the presentation, both off air and on air. And somebody said at this point, if he left the show, it would significantly impact the show. I said, you better believe it, brother. You better believe it, brother.
Who would do the show notes?
Exactly right. Who would approve vacations for non-employees?
Right.
Well, I mean, we forget back in the HD2 days when Plowhawk, or Kurt was stamping Plowhawk's PTO at one point. I think Plowboy once asked Kurt, hey, I'm going to take the day off. Is that cool? Kurt's like, okay, I guess. I'm like a part-time employee.
Why don't we ask the listeners? I was thinking about being off tomorrow. Is that approved?
Libby Jack is the Chuck Todd of Morning Drive
no.
HD1 radio. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Chuck Todd probably made that like a bandit for a while.
I'm sure Chuck Todd's doing just fine. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in, call in, and Jackson will have to answer the phones?
Yes, that's easy.
Okay. It's the show notes that get you.
It's not even that. It's just the totality of it all.
The totality of all the chuffing.
Yeah.
314-974-0101. And then you've got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Doug, a bunch of quote-unquote new names are in there this morning. Jackson, I guess that means new people.
I hope, new listeners. Hope that's the case, and I'll try my best to get their names changed.
There you go. So there it is. Doug, Lifetime Roofing lead. Unbelievable to see the Spurs go into Oklahoma City and do what they did. Really kind of heartbreaking in one sense for SGA. To think he's on the verge of returning to the NBA Finals, and then 24 hours later, why he's sitting there and talking about his MVP season being a failure. You said that is the Lifetime Roofing lead.
I didn't say that, no. The lead would be your Redbirds, your St. Louis Redbirds, winners of 2 out of 3 over the Cubs, playing in front of a packed stadium.
How about that?
I'd love to see that.
Energy.
Yeah, that was really nice.
And you guys were there, Martin and Jackson, you guys went there. Were you shooting a movie in Napa?
I was there for work purposes. Papers and I were texting. He said, I'm at the ball game.
With Private Citizen Pete?
No.
I went down to see him, and as I'm walking towards his section, green seats, this guy says, hey, Martin, how you doing? I'm like, oh, God, here we go. Yeah, what's up? I get it. You love the show. No, I don't have time to talk.
Yes, nice. That's my move.
And he said, Martin, I'm Jackson's brother.
Yeah.
I met the great Jesse Burkett.
Jesse Burkett.
While randomly walking to see Jackson Burkett.
How about that? And you were in the green seats?
No, I wish.
Martin said it. I can play it back for you.
No, for sure. No, in a more blue-collar section of the ball yard, a little more meat and potatoes section,
Not the tarps off section.
Certainly not.
No.
But I appreciated seeing that. I guess it was my first game since the tarps off thing has started, and to see that section grow as the game goes on is pretty cool. Like it was like legit 25 guys at first pitch.
Is that right? Really?
Yeah, and then by the 6th inning, filled to the brim, and guys just.
I was thinking
waving their
Saturday night
shirts.
would be a great time lapse because it does start kind of organic.
Yeah. and then grows exponentially.
And then as people get drunker, they're like,
Yes.
screw it.
Yeah,
That's it.
liquored up. Yeah.
yeah.
It's kind of like
man.
a wedding where everybody shows up at 4 o'clock, dressed to the nines and barely speaking at all. And 4 hours later, there's people dancing on tables topless.
Yeah.
Yeah, dry humping to Cupid Shuffle.
Ideally.
Amen.
If it's a good wedding.
Before Jackson gets a big head, let's circle back to having him change text names and explain why Movie Boy only drops one episode every 6 weeks. That's from Shooter McGavin. He doesn't care about TMA. He doesn't even care about after TMA.
seem to,
He cares about Movie Boy.
Yeah.
I don't like to force things. And if I'm just doing an episode, I don't think the product would be very good, and I wouldn't be proud of it. But I plan on doing one this week. So
Oh,
there
how
you
about
go.
that? What's the deep tease?
A lot of good horror movies out the last couple
Oh,
of
who
weeks.
is?
Yeah. It's about Ralphie Cifaretto. No, it's a lot of good horror movies out the last couple of weeks. So talk about
Forward to
that.
that one. Went to the game on Friday. The energy in the building was tantamount to 100 nuclear bombs. It was explosive, energizing, exciting, just like Doug. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
100 nuclear bombs?
No.
Would that just about do it for mankind?
I would
If
assume
100 were to
so.
go off,
Yeah.
that'd probably be about it, right?
No, I would think that would do it. Was that how you would describe the energy on Saturday, the unfortunate event of the weekend?
A little bit of a dud.
Packed, yeah.
But packed.
Yeah, crowd packed. A lot of Cub fans.
Ton.
What do you think the ratio was?
Well, I was
70-30?
only in
I
the
was
building
guessing 70-30.
70,
with 30 Cub.
Yeah.
Maybe even a tick higher. Boy, it was a lot of Cub fans.
Yeah. Yeah.
But somewhere in that range.
Yeah, I would say.
But still, that's not a new phenomenon. They've always had a huge turnout.
You think these are road trippers or just people from the east side of the river?
A little bit of both. Gentleman in front of me, 4 of them, Cub fans, and he turned around and said, "Boy, hell of a ball game." I was like, "I'm sure you're saying that your team's up 5-1 or whatever it was."
No, you sharp shot him.
No, he was really kind, and I was like, "You from Chicago?" And he was like, "Nope, Southern Illinois."
Yeah, it's Southern Illinois.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a lot of Chicago residents. I mean, I'm sure there's some, but I think it's Central and Southern Illinois.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said, "Lifelong Cub fan. Only really come to Busch Stadium when the Cubs are in town."
Okay.
I hate DCA. That stands for Douche Crow Armstrong. Doug, that's from Ironhead.
Okay.
You like that? I think
really
it's
good.
great, though, because
Yeah.
now you got a guy from the rival team to hate. So I loved seeing what developed on Saturday.
And they were ragging on him, and then he hits a home run right into the
The
top
hardest
section.
hit ball in the history of the world?
444 feet. The second it came out was bad. I was like, "Oh my god, smash that!"
He's not that big a guy to be hitting the ball that far.
It was just perfect, though. The crowd chanting overrated. He gets a 4-hit night, and then he hits it to them. And did you see the kid who got the ball?
Rough.
Cardinal fan.
Awesome.
Throws it back. Did you see the video, Doug?
No.
Oh, you would love it. I think it would bother you more than anybody.
He chucks it back because, throw it
Sure,
back, which
yeah.
was a Wrigley thing years ago. He hits a Cub fan in the back.
Oh,
who was
nice.
sitting in the front row
But
of
I
the
mean, he
bleachers.
if you want to, because there's no video of me having the unfortunate Steve Sachs, Chuck Knobloch situation at second base at the University High School. That's what my throw would look like to first base, just straight down into the ground.
Yeah.
And it was it already was unfortunate from a Cardinal fan perspective that the overrated chance going on. Then he hits this missile out there into their section, tarps off as he rounds first base, and then the Cardinal fan who's supposed to respond for the big moment then throws it directly into the ground and hits another guy.
He looked like the pitcher from Dazed and Confused. He had just no chance of getting it to the outfield.
I'm always kind of amazed.
A missile to that poor guy, that poor Cub fan.
I've always been amazed at how many people, men, can't throw a baseball.
I want to get.
Don't you throw a rock as a kid? Don't you throw a tennis ball, a football, a baseball? You never throw anything?
I wanna
You grow
give-
up in this country and you don't know how to throw?
I want to give the kid the benefit of the doubt and that the pressure
They're
got
not
to
doing
him.
that in the text inbox.
No,
just so
I
you
know. The pressure got to him. The only problem is he was like pumping up the fans before he did it to really
Like,
be
look
like,
at me.
Here I go. I'm about to throw it back. And then it's not that far of a throw. It's really not.
What would the skipper say? Dig me. He wanted everyone to kind of be a part of it, and then he pooped himself.
Yeah.
The greatest throw from a fan was that guy at Fenway years ago. Somebody hit one over the Green Monster, and a fan out there caught it, threw it back onto the field, and hit the runner as he was rounding the bases on the
Jesus.
home run.
Jesus.
But during that game on Saturday, we had a post game. We're going to get some interviews. the game was just such a dud. I mean, what could any Cardinal say? So I decided to go to the Cubs locker room. I wanted to hear from PCA.
PCA talked it over with you, didn't he?
Yeah, and the answer had people bending in both directions. Screw this guy, he's such a jerk. And then a lot of Cardinal fans said, hey, respect, because they thought he gave a decent answer about the atmosphere.
And we have that audio right here. Let's take a listen to Martin and PCA.
And they got like hundreds of shirtless guys out in right field. Interesting theme for the year, but they're rowdy and they're showing up. Like they're buying into something, so I can appreciate it. But absolutely, like, you know, they don't really rest for 9 innings, and I guess that's what they're there to do. But we love playing against the Cardinals too. Like in-division rival is always fun. So. And it's nice that they got a really good squad this year and they're playing good baseball. It's absolutely easy to feed off of, yeah.
So I thought it was a great answer. Mm-hmm. And you could still hate him and say, you don't like the earring, I don't like this guy. What was really awkward, because it's all these Chicago, they had a decent amount of traveling media, which is good in this day and age.
Yeah.
That all know him and are asking questions about his recent stretch. And I'm trying to think how to frame the question, because my theme was, do you enjoy a little back and forth with the crowd? And I'm like, well, he just had that thing 2 weeks ago where it didn't go so well for him.
He gave the finger to somebody, didn't he?
Well, yeah, and said a few choice words that were not for the kids. So I was trying to frame it properly, but I thought his answer was great.
And he's a terrific player, one of the big breakout stars in the majors last year. He had 31 homers, 95 RBIs last year, kind of came out of nowhere. But he's exciting and just kind of entertaining, isn't he? I don't know why you wouldn't like someone that brings a little entertainment to the game.
I would just say, on the whole, kind of a fun, entertaining weekend.
From the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 172 friends have already gathered. Doug, we're up to 6,920 subscribers.
Close to that bullion.
You're 80 away from that bullion when we get to 7,000. Why did Martin put Eric Collins on the mic on Saturday? He was terrible. A lot of criticism on the social medias about the play-by-play man for Fox on Saturday night, Eric Collins, who is the Charlotte Hornets guy, Jackson.
Yep. Yeah.
Makes sense that that's who you'd get for the baseball game.
Glad I was at the ball yard, is what I'll say.
Wow. I went back and rewatched some of the highlights from Saturday's festivities, and I was like, wow, that is legitimately rough. Legitimately rough.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Joe Davis was, because it was the A-team with
Makes
Smoltz.
you appreciate Joe Davis.
Yeah, Smoltz and Rosenthal were there. I didn't hear it because I was sitting in the press box, but when they said who the announcing team was, I was just surprised because I didn't know he did a lot of baseball for Fox. I think, you know, at times Kenny Albert has done games, but really Jason Benetti used to work for Fox before he became the lead guy on NBC on Sunday nights. So I'm not sure what they're – actually, that Adam Amin, I think, is also kind of in the pecking order. It would go Joe Davis, Adam Amin, minus Benetti. So I don't know how that came about.
This guy did a lot of yelling.
Is that what it was?
He seemed to be yelling.
Oh, so you haven't heard it? It was rough.
You want to hear PCA's home run from him?
Yeah.
They got some bad intel with the overrated chant. He's having a night. Look at this. PCA hits it into the tarps off Crow. Take that for overrated. Ha! That's what talent does. It responds. Third hit of the night for Pete Crow Armstrong.
Actually, that was a good call. That was a good call.
I don't mind
the
that at all.
problem was the rest of it.
What was the critique? Just too excited too often?
I mean, I think at this point, you know, I guess the Gus Johnson phenomenon of maybe 20 years ago with the NCAA tournament then ushered in Shouting Guy. And so Shouting Guy, I think, is now kind of tired and played out. But there was just a lot of shouting about non-exciting plays. Correct, exactly right. Yeah.
Well,
it was legitimately rough, and usually it's one of those things. I think oftentimes, and it's human nature, whatever team is losing goes, okay, now I'm mad at the broadcaster, and the broadcaster is pulling against us. Perhaps the most famous one locally is Joe Buck was supposedly pulling against the Cardinals in the 2004 World Series, a World Series where the Cardinals never were leading, so there wasn't a whole lot to pump up the Cardinals about anyway. But in this particular case, it was egregious, and it was egregious because the game was, scoreless into the fifth or something like that. There wasn't a whole lot of activity to be screaming about. Yeah, it was legitimately rough.
Buzz Killington, 69.1.6 says he's banned from Bush. I didn't know that had taken place.
Oh, really?
All right.
They took his credential away? We didn't like your home run call. Turn over that credential.
Any fly ball to the outfield, he'd lose his mind. That's from the chairman of the National Swingers Convention.
Are they back in town anytime soon?
I think the lake is the
Is that
spot.
where they are?
Jackson, is that right? Did you notice that when you were down there last week?
The lake. I'm sorry. I was
The
listening.
Swingers Convention?
You were doing a little prep work over there?
That does seem like lake business.
Yeah.
Lake business. That'd be a good text inbox. Lake
Yeah.
business.
That does seem like lake business.
Get involved on the text inbox where many are doing so. 314-399-9646. Text inbox is brought to you by Air Comfort Service, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and watch the program is youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the channel. And we'll be with you until 12 noon today with TMA and then after the morning after from 11 to 12. And, of course, you can email in as well. 4-hour design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Be a friend of the feather and get involved. Michelob Ultra sponsor of the YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Hopefully, you had a chance to enjoy some libations with friends over the weekend, and perhaps it was Michelob Ultra, longtime TMA sponsor. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt vacationing in Napa shooting movies, Doug. The program is called The Morning After. We're in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. This is great perspective, isn't it?
Well, what are we supposed to be sad about?
Mom not watching the news anymore because it makes her cry.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers, loved that Rascal Puff, is on the ones and the twos here on the program. Healthcare Evolution, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. And Healthcare Evolution is online at healthcare-evolution.com. And this community, nay, this country, is buzzing about Jackson Burkett's hair. I mean, I am telling you. Did you know that it was growing because of Healthcare Evolution like it was? Or did it take that appointment last week to open your eyes to the thick, lush head of hair you have courtesy of our friends, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour on TMA, Healthcare Evolution?
You know, it's interesting. Like, you feel, especially in the crown region, like you put your head, pat your hand on your head, and it's like, it feels like it's maybe coming in more full. I don't know. People tell me, they're like, oh, hair looks better, but it's like, oh, they're probably just being nice. And then you see the images that they took at Healthcare Evolution. My friend Logan over at Healthcare Evolution took some of those pictures, and I was like, oh my God, like, there's no debating this. People aren't just being nice. This is for real.
That was really your head. They didn't replace it with another gentleman.
A stunt head.
Yeah, stunt head.
Right. No, that is really my head. And Logan told me that a couple of people have already called, seeing if they can get a consult. I think it's a great move. If you're someone like me, where it's certainly not like you're going to be bald tomorrow, but you see
it trending.
You see the writing on the wall.
You're Scotty Schefflering.
Yeah, you know your genetics. Like, you know what you're staring down the barrel at. Go check them out. Just see what they can do for you. They'll do a scalp consult. Take a look.
I can't believe how quickly it happened.
That's the other thing too. Is I did not
3
anticipate.
months.
Yeah, for real. And I just got the second treatment, so we'll see how that progresses. This could be the real deal.
Yeah, man, they could be really sitting on a monster situation at Healthcare Evolution. Healthcare-evolution.com. Check them out. Sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. I guess my brand is homerism and positivity, and I understand that. So maybe this will ring hollow. But I could not have been more delighted. I mean, just thrilled by what the Cardinals did on Friday afternoon with calling up Nelson Velasquez and Jimmy Crooks. And I think the reason why, outside of the fact that I think it bolsters the team in the short term, is it speaks to what I perceive anyway to be an organizational shift with, we see there's a problem, we're going to tend to the problem, and we're not going to jack the fan base around. We're going to tend to it. We're going to do the right thing. I loved that. I couldn't have been happier about it. I love that the Cardinals, as a Cardinal fan, won 2 out of 3 games. But from a bigger picture perspective, I was thrilled to see them do what they did on Friday afternoon, bringing Crooks and Velasquez up. What did you boys think?
I thought it was twofold with Crooks. They called him up and then made it clear that Pages was going to play less. Because if you just call up Crooks, that almost does appease everybody. Oh, good, they called him up. But then they made it very clear the goal was for him to play a bunch. And they had to tell Pages, you're not playing that much. And candidly, he's probably relieved. Hey, I'm just glad I didn't get sent out. I mean, Pozo getting sent out made sense because you're not going to use him. He didn't play. He would go weeks at a time without using him. And the argument on this show wasn't, okay, call up Baez tomorrow. We get it. They're going to be smart about it. They'll even loosely point to the fact that Jordan Walker might have been rushed up. They'll say, we've seen it before,
right,
without saying Walker's name. So I understand that. I didn't get why you wouldn't have Velasquez here, because you had Prieto, Torres, Fermin, Sajasi. You had a bunch of guys who were not, big time, big league. You could afford to slice one of those off the roster to add Velasquez. You have a terrible bench. So it just made a lot of sense. It was nothing irresponsible. It made sense. Crooks has been knocking on the door. Bring him up and give him a chance.
The early returns on Velasquez have been great. Boy, he hits the ball hard. Had the 3-run homer his first game. You wonder how he ever struggled the first month there in the minor leagues.
Yeah, started off the season.
It had to be a little bit deflated. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
He should have made the team. We all said that.
Yeah, he went from the minor leagues to hitting 4th. And he looks like a number 4 hitter.
Didn't play on Saturday. Back in there last night. I think he went 1 for 3 or 1 for 4. last night. But, I mean, yeah, you go from the minor leagues to the cleanup hitter of a team that's in second place. I mean, I realize, they're also like a game and a half away from being in last place. But the point being, it's a team that's above 500. If you were listening in the first segment, you heard Pete Crow-Armstrong talking about how the Cardinals are playing much better than people had anticipated, and it's good for the rivalry. So, yeah, if you can go from Memphis to the cleanup hitter, what does that say?
It's kind of sad that your lineup has that big of an opening.
I just feel like, and again, I personally, I'm not saying that I'm right and those who feel otherwise are wrong. I personally do not like sit here and go, John Mozeliak, now he's gone. That's why the team is winning. But I understand that his lack of being involved in the organization, I think, has brought some fans back. God bless, whatever works for everybody. But I just like that here is an actual move that I don't feel like the Cardinals of a handful of years ago would have made. Because I'm sure it might have been difficult. I think Pages, I get the sense, is a popular guy with the people in that locker room. I understand that. Prieto was raking at Memphis, didn't in St. Louis. Pozo's story is wonderful. I understand all of those things, but this is business. And it's in the best interest of the business to at least fire some pucks on net. And I love the fact that they did that.
And I think Pages being here playing less has more value to the team than Pozo being here and playing less in terms of camaraderie, working with pitchers, et cetera. So I understand why it was Pozo over Pages. But again, I think the idea of just calling Cricks up just to do it makes no sense, but to call him up and say, listen, Pages, it's just not working.
You have to wonder if they will address the situation with Gorman and Scott at some point.
I couldn't agree with you more. I couldn't agree any more with you. The third base situation, Jordan Walker's numbers are even more impressive when you consider who's been hitting behind him and the lack of protection. So I agree with you 100%. Blaze Jordan, for the record, he had a 5-hit game on Saturday, had another hit yesterday, and yet another Memphis win. But he's not on the 40-man roster. And here's a guy, if you don't like Burleson in there against lefties, he plays first base. If you don't like Gorman in there, he plays third base. And he is absolutely raking. And so I wonder what they will do with that situation.
I think they're going to be overly patient. I think it's one thing to ship out Prieto and Pozo. It's another to say we're done with Gorman. Because if you call up Blaze Jordan, again, you call these guys up, primarily, they need to play. There has to be some at-bats. And although I'm not opposed to it, I think they'll wait a while. We kind of said on the other moves, probably mid to late May, they're going to let things just kind of play out, and then eventually...
You targeted the Friday Cubs series. You did.
Did I?
You did. I recall having that conversation. Absolutely.
I just always felt...
Tip of the cap.
I always felt it'd be like mid to late May, they would do something. And even on the broadcast last night, Albert was saying... And it was kind of funny. They have a former player, representative of each team. I don't even know if Jim Deshaies played for the Cubs, but he's been a longtime broadcaster for the Cubs, and he's a good announcer. But it was kind of funny. Here's a former Cardinal, Albert Pujols, and representing the Cubs, Jim Deshaies. It was a little unbalanced, although they had Rizzo.
Yeah, they did have Rizzo.
It was almost like, oh, we need two guys to equal the machine over here.
Why not Sammy Sosa?
Yeah, I think he's available.
I bet he'd be fun.
It would be a delight.
It would be.
I enjoyed some of the banter back and forth. But Albert said during the game, you got to add on. Like, you got to basically said, you got to reward this team, which I think is becoming more and more of a story. And I think Chaim Bloom, I asked him about it Saturday. How do you balance that with a team that looks to at least be in the playoff mix versus the process? And he goes back to the offseason and goes, we never wanted to concede anything. So they weren't trying to be bad. But I think if he's on a lie detector, he's like, oh, my God, we're way better than I thought we'd be.
Yeah, I would agree with that part. But I think the Jordan Walker thing would be the thing that they would ISO in on, and that has been certainly the most pleasant surprise and also probably the biggest impact on that win total. Weatherholt being a pro and performing at this level, while incredible, and he would be the favorite for the Rookie of the Year right now if you look at your neighborhood sports book. That, I think, is less surprising than what Jordan Walker has done. And then when you include in the fact that Walker has little to no protection behind him and he's doing it, that makes it even more impressive. And again, the final out of Saturday's game was a great play by Pete Crow Armstrong, capping an incredible night for him. But that ball was a bomb off of Walker's bat. So a lot of times when he's making outs, he's hitting the ball hard. The same time last night, good opportunity for the Cardinals early on in the game, and, he still has that vulnerability when he falls behind the count, and they start just going with that off-speed, low and outside pitch, that still can be a problem for him.
And that's where if Velasquez could get on just not even a heater, but you just be a consistent threat, and it may not happen. But, boy, it would be nice. And I know they love to go right, left. It's a rule now, Doug. You have to go left, right, left. It's a rule. Yeah. Because late in the game, the bullpen, you just wouldn't, God forbid, they'd be righty, back to back. Mm-hmm. In spite of that, if Velasquez could hit a little bit and you could put him behind Walker, that would be huge.
Oh, sure.
To have some kind of protection there.
For the record, here are some of the Memphis stats from the month of May. And this gives you an idea of what's going on down there. And I realize you go, well, that doesn't necessarily do anything for the Cardinals now. I understand, but keep in mind this is a trajectory for the organization, and it also can provide some opportunity here as the season goes along. We now have seen that Chaim Bloom and the Cardinals in 2026 are willing to make these moves. So the Blaze Jordan conversation, first base / third base, he hit .350 in the month of May with an OPS of .954, 3 home runs and 15 RBIs. Joshua Baez hit .274, but the OPS was .979, and the headline statistic on Baez, 10 home runs, 24 RBIs. The strikeout rate is the core issue when it comes to the Baez conversation. He had 106 at-bats. He struck out in 34 of those.
That's a lot, especially at the minor league level. That's a lot.
Crooks, who, of course, called up now by the Cardinals, had a 1,018 OPS with 5 home runs, 12 RBIs, and his strikeout issue is also in that 30%-ish range, 18 Ks in 59 at-bats. So there are some of the names down at Memphis who have been raking in this organization.
Well, we heard a couple weeks ago that there's some kind of rule where if you bring minor leaguers up this year that hadn't been in the major leagues, then they would not be able to either play or you couldn't work with them next year.
They'd be part of the lockout.
If there is a lockout. So that could be what keeps Baez and Blaze Jordan from coming up here, because neither one of those guys has been in the major leagues yet.
But other teams are calling up prospects. I think it's too early for them maybe to cash that chip, but it's something as you get deeper into the summer. That thought has to be kind of set aside. You know what? If there is a lockout, which seems likely, okay, we can't have Blaze Jordan in the cages down in Palm Beach. You know what? Screw it. It's 2026, right, and we're a game out in the division or whatever it is.
He can still hit somewhere else.
Right. Yes, it's not like they're put in, a prison cell somewhere and their bats are taken away. So I wouldn't overthink. You would hope that a team wouldn't overthink that.
You're welcome to give your thoughts at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. You're also welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners, 252 friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, talking it over right now, like Dr. Xander Malanthrop and Scorsese and the Devil's Crotch. They're all in there talking to Vinny Favorito, non-woke comedy and deep voice dude. YouTube.com/TMA-STL. Call in. Jackson Burkett will answer the phone and put you on the air at 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. And, of course, coming up on our Polos Plus dossier, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in. That comes your way at 9:45 on our Polos Plus dossier. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and sign up at designairservice.com. McKernan.com for their maintenance agreement. It's an effective and convenient way to keep your system running year after year. Seth Goldcamp and his team take the pressure off of you as a homeowner. Design Air contacts you to schedule your air conditioning tune-up and your furnace safety inspection and cleaning when the weather cools down. You sign up, and you can forget about it. Like all of their services, maintenance visits can be scheduled at designairservice.com. That's Design Air, heating and cooling, longest-running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. It's Design Air, heating and cooling. Sponsor the email today, which comes your way at about 9:45 every day here on The Morning After. It's 7:41 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. This is The Morning After, 101 ESPN.
Tired of looking at that old bathroom, want to hit refresh, and as we said on Friday, it doesn't matter if you're going from tub to shower. I'm pretty sure we nailed it. Nobody would ever say shub to tower. Nobody would say that, so we didn't. michaelsbaths.com. That's the website. Phone number to call, 636-775-0800. We did this right around the New Year. We said the kids' bathroom is just a disaster. It's not something a can of paint's going to fix. We need some help. We need some professional help. They came out from Michaels, drew up a plan, and the best part is the folks you meet with, the sales team, they're former installers, so they understand. They're not just selling you something. They actually understand how the process works. All of Michael's reviews are 5-star reviews. So whether you're just hitting refresh or just want to take out that tub and put in a shower, they do it all, and they can get it done quickly, efficiently. The team that we had in, very professional, about a 2-week process, and we hit a major refresh button there, but they're also reasonably priced. So find out more. Go online at michaelsbaths.com. And if you're in the listening area here, they'll be able to come to you. So you're tired of that old, dingy bathroom. You're sick of it. Hit refresh. All different levels of doing renovation. Call 636-775-0800. 636-775-0800. Find out what Michael's Baths can do for you.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Cardinals take 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Chicago Cubs, and they're back in action tonight at home against the Texas Rangers. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Michael McGreevy towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
What do you think? It's Alanis Morissette's birthday? Is it the 30th anniversary of Jagged Little Pill? I think Jagged Little Pill was 95, don't you?
I don't know all the
I
years,
think we're
Tim.
31.
Might have been 94, 95.
95 feels right.
What do we got, Papers?
It's Alanis Morissette's birthday.
Doug, I mean, 50 is live AF.
Over.
You're going over.
Yeah.
Martin's been red hot on birthdays
Is that right?
recently. Red
He's
hot.
dialed in?
Yeah.
You said this song was 95?
I don't know.
Sorry. So maybe
I
she
believe
was-
that's correct.
maybe
Yes,
she was-
95.
Maybe she was late 20s then, mid to late 20s, and that's been 31 years.
Martin, you're the one who's on the heater. You're dialed in.
All right,
You were hitting your irons
I'm gonna
so
go,
well.
56.
Oh, under all day.
52.
Doug stays hot, 52.
Wow.
Well, that's just a nice
A lot
W.
younger than I thought when this all came out. Dated Jamie Rivers? Is that right? I don't know.
Is that right,
really?
Papers?
Yeah, I think
I don't
that's
know.
right.
Oh, you and Rivers aren't talking?
You're on an island on that one there, Chief. I don't know about that.
You're on an island there, Chief.
No, I think he said it on this show. I forget a lot of things, including the right field bleachers being the news section for Tarps Off. We had a whole discussion about it, Tim, the other day, and Jackson said, Anook said that a week ago on this show. I said, did he?
Yes.
A lot of confusion. A lot of misremembering.
Well, I was
Is it too early to text Jamie Rivers? I'm going to text him. Okay.
I don't think it's too early. She dated Ryan Reynolds, didn't she?
Doug, you remember him from Van Wilder.
I remember him, yeah. I didn't realize that he had dated Alanis Morissette.
She also
Got it,
dated
show prep.
Dave Coulier. Cut it out.
Okay.
Your thoughts? That's Uncle Joey.
Did you ever date someone that became famous?
Nope. You?
No.
All right. Good combo.
Get back to Bet Exchange can be used for a promo the morning after 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Can we get a college baseball segment? I bet Doug's happy Missouri State got eliminated. Well, guess what? Mizzou didn't even make it. That's him to 636. It was like there was
would
a
I be
request
upset?
and then anger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why would I be upset Missouri State got eliminated?
Because of your true son nature.
No.
I don't know how much time true sons spend thinking about Missouri State. I say with all due respect, not to anger South County.
Sure.
They've had a really good baseball program down there for years. Turned out a lot of players.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just me, or does Fred need to put on some shorts if he's going to take his shirt off? I get a little uncomfortable seeing a bird naked. That's from Big Saucy.
Huh.
Who's Fred?
Fred Bird?
Fred
Oh.
Bird.
Got it.
I thought last night was big for Libitor because if he's going to be just advancing it all, that was a stopper kind of game. You got to win that series. As bad as it was in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And then but I didn't like them taking him out. It worked. But trusting Hunter Dobbins, who just came up from it, like to be the guy to kind of get you maybe to the closer, it scared me. And I understand they all do it. Look at the numbers, third time through, etc. I think in that game, knowing Hunter Dobbins is sort of unproven to me. Big game to win. It worked. It was great.
I loved it.
Did you? See, I would say take a guy like Libitor. I would say, can you get me a little deeper?
I get that, but I think you want Dobbins to be either entering your starting rotation at a certain point or a guy like he did last night where you have long relief so that you can save your bullpen come dog days. And you give him that confidence on a Sunday against the Cubs to get out of what he got out of at certain points, runners on second and third with one out and 3-0 count, and he's able to get out of that. I think his confidence is going to skyrocket, and then you can really utilize him for the rest of the year.
For sure, because it worked. But what I'm saying is, if your bullpen's lean, and they kept talking about that on the broadcast, and that goes back to Saturday's game, totally understand that. A lot of guys unavailable. Because of that, to me, it's pretty risky to say, okay, Hunter Dobbins is the guy to give us a few innings here tonight. I would argue, and he's at 85, but Libitor, at least give me 6. Now, they look at the number. We don't want a third time through and whatever it is. But can a guy ever pitch deep into a game, or is that just a rule now that he can't? Because if you were ever going to let Liberatore, it's 5-0. If he gets dinged a little bit, okay, we had some wiggle room there, and I'm sure that's how they felt about Dobbins as well. I was a little concerned about it. I'm glad it worked, and to your point, it's perfect for that guy to come in that situation. Got some big outs too, some big moments, but. It seems to be a rule, like a guy can't pitch into the 6th or 7th inning.
I hate that too.
He was in the 6th, but
and the other team's very happy when they take the starter out who's dealing.
I mean, he'll give up 3 hits.
Yeah, I'd have kept him in a little while.
That's sort of my
at
argument.
least until he runs into some trouble. And I think the win is more important than Dobbins' confidence. If he doesn't have confidence, then bring somebody else in.
I feared you take a 5-0 game, right? You might crap it away with a guy who just came up from Memphis. I'm glad it worked.
I'm not saying it's because Dobbins has no confidence. He's just been in the minor leagues for a while, and he's brand new
it's a
player.
great moment for him to kind of bolster his value to this team. But I don't really care about that in the moment. I'm thinking Liberatore is my best bet to get me to the 7th or 8th inning the way he's pitching tonight. And I have a short bullpen. I just think it's a little risky to say this is Dobbins' game. Here we go.
And I'm being likely results oriented over here. However, I think at one point in the season, either Kyle or Palante might go through a rough patch, and you're going to want somebody in there
for sure
who is a confident pitcher who can go deeper into games. And I think Dobbins can be that in the major.
I think it'd be a huge piece, something they need. But in the moment last night, I'm like, I said, I don't like this. It worked. Tip of the cap. Yeah. But I would have pushed Liberatore a little longer.
I would too. There'll be another game soon where Dobbins can prove himself, I think. But again, it worked. But they were just about one pitch away from that being a 5-4 game or something. They had a couple guys on base, and they were hitting the ball pretty hard against him. A lot of them were outs, and 3 2/3 innings is a long time for a relief stint.
It's more of
get through that.
It's more of an MLB critique too. It's not crapping on Ollie. It's kind of what they do in the game now. Oh, you got me 5 innings? Oh, wow, you got me into the, okay, time to start flipping it to the bullpen. But one of the themes was how short the bullpen was. So when the bullpen's short, I would say if my starter's doing pretty well, I'm going to go a little longer than I normally would.
Yeah. At least one more inning. At least till he gets around 100 pitches.
I completely agree, Martin. Libby only had 85 pitches when they pulled him. Let him go. That's from Dirty Dan, the garbage man, who Jackson says has blue feet.
Very blue.
Because he runs well?
Yeah. Well, I'm buying stock.
Doug, buy stock in Dirty Dan, the garbage man.
You like your garbage men to have good speed?
Yeah. You see some of those garbage men when they hop off that truck, fire those things in there, back on there in 2 seconds, get work done, baby.
I saw a girl delivering for Amazon yesterday in our neighborhood, sprinting from the truck to the front door, sprinting back to the truck.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Famously outstanding work conditions.
Yeah.
Stop talking baseball. Where's Sharon and Clayton? That's from Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy. She has been actively texting in. Sharon's Ladue Pool Boys, so you can join in as well. And if you don't have a text inbox name, this is the week. It's the first week of the month. Jackson Burkett, per his collective bargaining agreement, has agreed to update text inbox names. If you politely say, hey, Jackson, I don't have a name. I'd like to have my text read. Can you change my phone number to this name? And then Jackson approves it. And he sends something back like, no prob. Thanks, Jack B.
Yeah, I always like to sign it so that they know that's not just, it might, could be coming from Doug. It could be coming from Kerry Davis, T. Diddy.
But you'll put your bro, Jack B.
Yeah, your friend and neighbor, Jack B.
We need to discuss the announcer from Saturday. Who is that? Has he ever announced a baseball game before?
Okay.
I guess who's not happy? Harrison's brother Master. For the record, we did talk about Eric Collins in the opening segment of the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. And the reviews, at least from me, not positive. Martin's in a complicated spot. But you guys were at the game anyway.
Perfect get out of jail free card.
You weren't at home.
As a rights holder on this one, I was at the game, and I was not. I still had the ability to listen to the Fox broadcast. I did not, but I was at the game.
I think almost any time you get somebody new that you haven't heard before, people are going to be overly critical of the guy.
No, he did
yell. He did yell quite a bit.
I had this thought about.
Oh, yes! A Statue of Liberty!
A little Eric Collins sampling for
Eric
you.
calling your New Orleans Hornets. No, what are they?
Charlotte.
What are they?
Playing Charlotte.
Is he the Hornets announcer?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I thought he was in New Orleans. I'm
No.
sorry. They were in New Orleans, the Hornets.
At one point.
So confusing. But I had this thought. John Smoltz was there this weekend, and I was talking to him about Joe Buck going in Cooperstown. And he said, I get it. He's the most, maligned announcer because he doesn't like your team, that sort of theme. And I'm wondering if Joe will reference that in Cooperstown, like kind of acknowledge once and for all, I'm not rooting against your team. I'm guessing that that'll be a theme.
Hall of Fame festivities. Costas paid a great tribute to the Cardinal broadcasters last night on his hit from down in Jackson. You were at the green seats, right? In the green seats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was kind of weaving in the whole Harry Carey Cardinal lineage, and then became even bigger than life with the Cubs, and then a tip of the cap to Jack Buck. And
Fresh off
Joe.
his appearance on Friday where he described Gasper's banana cream pie as delightful.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
We talked truck stops with Bob Costas,
Oh,
Tim.
all right. He did rave about the banana cream pie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Quite, and he just so descriptive, so elegant. It made you want to have a slice of pie.
Yeah.
As he was, but he came on the show and said, gentlemen, listening during the break, couldn't help but think, I'm overdue for a visit to Fast Eddie's. He was, he was listening. Luckily, it wasn't Sassy Cassie or whatever her name was. Luckily, that's the commercial.
How much would that go for, the silent auction? Fast Eddie's with Bob Costas.
A day at Fast Eddie's with Bob.
Yeah.
And how much would a Fast Eddie's trip with Sassy Cassie go for?
More.
Comparable. I think comparable.
I truly despise the laziness of delivery drivers. They usually block traffic, can't be bothered to park their vehicles 5 inches closer to the curb. We have a parcel box for deliveries. It's rarely utilized. Love coming home to unnecessarily rained on packages. Doug, that's from Crestwood Coyote, and he's not happy with delivery drivers.
You just can't make a lot of people happy. I was paying a compliment to the Amazon driver who was sprinting in our neighborhood making deliveries. It's not that dangerous of a neighborhood that you got to sprint to get back in the truck to avoid the gunfire. And yet she was doing it anyway. That's all I said.
Are we going to address the issue of a bumbling guy with a beer belly and a plastic World Series trophy trying to bogart the tarps off section since it likely took a hit to the forced upon attention he usually gets? Doug, that's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. He's a Hall of Famer.
I would think he would play well in that section.
I don't know on that. What do you think? You think that
Well, I think
the
he's
younger
gonna-
tykes
I
like
think he's going to try.
Right, but that doesn't mean it will work.
Yeah, well, probably a couple pictures being taken with him.
Hey, Crestwood Coyote, no one cares.
Oh.
It's from Dirty Dan the Garbage Man, Blue Feet.
Very blue.
I was thinking to Doug on Friday. I was going down to the Battlehawks Opportunity. We had a pregame show, and I'm driving down. God, is that
Tough loss.
4th Street? Ricky Prohl told me after the game it was my fault. He goes, you just show up now and we lose? And he goes, you're bad luck. Then I went to the Cubs game, Cards game Saturday. Kind of similar result. But driving down 4th Street, which always seems to be under some type of repair down there as you get closer to the dome. But, Doug, they're all waving those flags, fluorescent flag, for the parking. And I thought, does that get you in? Does that get your attention of it? And there was $30. It was $25 for Cardinals, not Battlehawks.
No.
And just waving the flag. And I pictured you yelling at them about the price of their parking.
There's one right by Busch Stadium where they actually stand in the street. I mean, they're in the lanes of the street.
So you have to park there.
No, I'm not going to. Get out of the way.
You have to either hit the gentleman or park in his lot.
Right. They usually back out, at the last second. It's like a chicken. You try to run over a chicken, and they always get out of the way.
Doug, I wish the fans would shake hands after a win like the players do.
The
That's
fans?
from DFA Fetty now.
There's some high fives and some fist bumps going on after a win. Not all of the fans. I don't think it's mandatory.
But would you like it if all of the fans?
I really wouldn't care. Just do what makes you happy.
Friend of the show, Jamie Rivers.
Confirming?
Yes, LOL. I said, point of clarification. Didn't you date Alanis Morissette? He said, yes, LOL. There it is. From the Fast Lane, Jamie Rivers. Hopefully he's sending her birthday wishes.
Hey, Dirty Dan, take a shower after that Hardee's drive-thru. The stench of diesel and Hoosier on you may evict your trailer park. Doug, that's from Crestwood Coyote, who's now at war with Jackson's guy, Dirty Dan the Garbage Man.
Okay.
It should be a real handshake, Doug. That's from DFA Fetty now. He is passionate about
Why is
this.
that a big deal now? All the fans have to shake hands? But how many of the fans do you have to shake? Just the people next to you or everyone you see? That would be a health concern, wouldn't it, if you started touching the hands of a couple thousand other people?
It's a take I haven't heard.
No, you should shake hands with all the fans if they win. That is bizarre.
You'd be there all night.
Oh, you would.
Would you like line up like they do? Well, they don't even do that in Major League Baseball. It's not like a Little League game where you line up on the first and third base lines and shake hands.
Maybe just as you leave your seat and you walk into the concourse, everyone that walks by, you shake their hand.
I don't want to do that.
No, I don't either.
Guys, the amount of trash floating down the river to Pear is just a fantastic thing to see on a rainy Monday morning. That's from the Prince of Glendale.
Trash. Are there bodies, too, floating up and down the river?
Billiken Boy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says the Friday night game was rowdy. Anybody at the Friday night game?
Oh, that was the game to go to.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. For sure.
Home run fest, a little tense late.
Good weather.
It's just so great to see the stadium filled up again.
Amen.
Those are some depressing years during COVID, and then the last 2 years when they couldn't draw flies to the park.
Yeah, Saturday.
depressing.
Saturday, the most exciting thing for a Cardinal fan's perspective was when Bregman hit what was thought to be a home run in the first inning or second inning. And I was in a bad area to judge, but I was like, sure seemed like that was foul. And all the Cub fans are going crazy while he's rounding the bases, and then they review it. Foul ball. Cardinal fans go crazy, and then it was all downhill from
What a weird phenomenon. You round the bases.
Yeah.
You're high-fiving in the dugout and like, hold on, may not have been on. What if you really pimp it and they're like, actually, that's just a foul ball?
But I suppose if it turns out that it was a fair ball and you stopped running the bases and you didn't touch them all, you could be called out.
Right.
And then do you get to go back and pimp it after
I
the
thought
review?
it would have
stands?
only been he got a hit after it, but it would only been justice if he would then crush another ball and hit a home run.
I think the fans actually helped make the call because where it landed, they were all kind of waiting.
Yes, I was looking up at Big Mac Land where it landed, and everyone in there was screaming that it was foul.
And Nolan Gorman immediately, I guess he got his eye back because he was at third and he was among the first to kind of wave it.
Yeah.
And then Herrera last night had one. He thought it was a home run.
Right.
And again, foul.
Guys, I went to the game with DFA Fetty now on Friday, and we shared a firm handshake and light petting after the big win. That's from the 812. So this DFA Fetty now guy really has a thing going.
With light petting the other fans? I don't think that's appropriate.
You're getting real close to kink shaming, just so you know.
I just wonder how the umpires would handle that. If a guy hit a ball, wasn't sure if it was fair or foul, but it left the park, and he ran halfway around the bases, and then he said, oh, I guess they're going to call it foul. And then he came back to home plate, picked up his bat, and then they looked for the replay, and they said, no, it's fair ball. I guess you'd give him the home run still, right? Make him run around the bases again? That would be the fair thing to do. But I think that's probably why he kept running.
By the way, Eric Fetty on the White Sox this year.
And he was pitching pretty well.
White Sox legit. Hey, believe it or not, White Sox legit, eh?
Fetty, unfortunately, is 0-5 with an ERA of 5.40.
He is the outlier in their rotation. A bunch of guys I honestly had never heard of before, and they got some guys who can deal.
You think the score is getting text right now from people named DFA Fetty now in Chicago?
Encouraging the handshake. You're welcome to text in 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in and come up with new Cardinal game day traditions celebrating a victory like DFA Fetty now is. You can also watch the program and talk it over with the other TMA listeners. There's a TMA STL YouTube channel. You're sitting at home, you're working from home. Maybe you're up this morning on a Monday morning and enjoying your coffee, and you say, you know what I'm going to do on my smart TV? I'm going to open up the YouTube app, type TMA STL, and watch those boys talk it over. Well, you can do it. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Talk it over with other TMA listeners. Tim, I had dinner at your wonderful country club. I'm not a member of a country club. The other night on Saturday, and I saw the crowds gathered on the golf course. I figured it had to be you. Unfortunately, my reservation could not wait, and I could not watch you dominate the golf match. But then I scroll up, Martin, because I'm like, I wonder who this person is. And he just keeps texting in, Tim sucks, Martin is the GOAT.
Oh.
Hope they can't trace that back.
That's from Tiger Warson Woods. So his name's Tiger Woods. His nickname is Warson.
I see. Okay. Well, I'm sorry you had to hear that, Tim. Or read it.
If it makes you feel better, Thursday at 7:01, Friday at 7:01. It was the show sucks. Where's Tim? Where's Tim? And then we started getting texters on Friday. Where's Kurt?
He's at Napa. You speak of Fetty and the White Sox. Look at the Nationals. About 500 with Michaelis pitching for them. Wild. That's from the 386, Doug. Wild. They're going wild in the Mound City. That's right.
And I think the timing is bad for the owners as we start this whole debate about salary cap and spending equal winning, because all the owners now are saying, well, you just can't compete if you don't. Well, wait a minute. These crap teams all of a sudden are decent without huge payrolls.
Looking at Michaelis numbers, his ERA is 5.72, so he's not that great. 1-4. He's
They have guys who rake. They have guys who rake. That's not being done with pitching. That is for certain. They have
how many years in the game do you have to watch? God bless him, great guy, Miles Michaelis, Eric Fetty seemed like a nice gentleman. None of us have worked in a big league front office. If you asked me in February, you think Fetty will have a good year? Do you think Michaelis will have a good year? I probably could have reasonably told you I wouldn't expect much.
See, I'm going to try hard not to call you clueless.
Oh, he just did.
Thank you, Skipper. Hurts. That one hurts.
Well, some of these guys get contracts and they just keep putting them out there. They're paying a lot of money, so they just keep running them out there.
I get you don't want to burn through a young guy, and every once in a while you just need somebody to take a start. But
Really?
Haven't you seen enough? What more do you need to see? I remember when they got Fetty, somebody with the Cardinals said, "Wow, we used to just tee him up on the Nats." And I said, I know, but he
This
went
was a play.
He went overseas. He got better and came back. But that's what kills you, and it's kind of what we talked about at the outset by calling up crooks, giving Velasquez a shot. Just see what's right in front of you, recognize the moment, and do something about it. And I think that's what was so encouraging.
I think if you get a good year or two at the start of your career under your belt, it might buy you 5 or 6 more. People are just, they get the image that you're a pretty good pitcher, and if you prove them year after year that you're not, some guys still get a shot years later. And Betty's one of those guys, I think.
You're welcome to get involved on the program. Text in, call in, email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That's coming your way at 9:45 on our Polos Plus dossier. PolosPlus.com, sponsor of the dossier here on the Morning After. And also where you can get TMA merchandise. It's Polos Plus. This hat I am wearing, Doug, this handsome sky piece.
Quite a lid.
Available along with golf polos, the Navy Caps on the Road T-shirt, and quarter zips, and even a women's line of clothing, all at PolosPlus.com, sponsor of the dossier on the Morning After. You've heard us talk about them for months now, and they are the place to go for small and mid-sized businesses that need quality branded apparel. It's locally owned, run by Corey Lawson, with Andrew Hubbard handling sales and marketing. And what you do is get your company's logo on high-quality premium brands like Carhartt, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on. Polos, quarter zips, jackets, hats, you name it. No minimums, no nonsense, and they stand behind everything they make. Certainly has been a popular partnership with TMA. They've been working with longtime TMA sponsors, too, like Seth Goldcamp of Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, and Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. So next time somebody at your office, your kids' team, your neighborhood, whatever, needs branded gear, send them to Polos Plus. That's PolosPlus.com. And if you go there right now, you will see the TMA tab at the top of PolosPlus.com. And that's where you can check out our TMA merch store with hats, golf polos, quarter zips, and a women's line of TMA brands. And, of course, the Navy Caps on the Road T-shirt. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Delmar Mortgage online at delmarmortgage.com with Ryan Luchtefeld, who I have been working with over the last few months. You heard him here on The Morning After as a former member of the St. Louis University Billikens, talking about the Billikens' run into the second round of the NCAA tournament. Well, he is with Delmar Mortgage, and he has been in the mortgage industry for more than 22 years. 13 of those have been with Delmar Mortgage. He gives out his personal numbers. You can reach him directly with a call or a text. The number is 618-593-3608. That's 618-593-3608. As somebody who has just started working with Ryan, I can tell you how easy the process is and how effective Delmar Mortgage and Ryan Luchtefeld are. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that will make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents. It's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. Ryan's number 618-593-3608 or go online at delmarmortgage.com.
Hey, we've moved into the month of June, and Classic Air Care is still there for you. Look, we've been telling you that the number one thing you can do to maintain your unit is to get them out there to do a maintenance check. You can still do that, and it's less than $100. So get them out there. You can book an appointment online at classicaircare.com. But just as important, if you head into this summer and something goes wrong with your air conditioning unit, maybe it's making sounds it's not supposed to make, it's not blowing right, the temperature doesn't feel right, get them out there to check on it before something bigger happens to it. And by the way, they can get to you quickly. They've got over 100 vans on the road every day, making sure that they're taking care of their customers. That's their number one priority, and that is why they've got a 4.8 Google rating. Read those reviews online at classicaircare.com. Get them out there to check on it. If something goes wrong, get them out there to fix it. They'll do it right. They get out there quickly. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN, the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers loved that Rascal Puff on the ones and twos. And in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, we welcome you to get involved. Call in, text in, watch the program, talk it over with other TMA listeners on the TMA STL YouTube channel, and email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That's coming up on the Polos Plus dossier every Monday in the 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber joins us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Kerbs, good morning.
Tim, how are you today?
Wonderful. What is your perspective on the matchup we've got in the Stanley Cup final?
Well, I love it. I think that, first off, from the Eastern Conference, that was the team that had to make it. I mean, they were such a dominant team during the regular season that that was the one team that I felt was really going to potentially give fits to either Vegas or Colorado, whichever team of those two made it. So that's number one. And number two, I mean, Vegas is playing really well. And, you know, for them to have come into the league 9 years ago, made their third Stanley Cup final, and go for their second Stanley Cup, they've kind of come in and now are playing the villain around the NHL. And as you know, we need more villains in sports. So I love that this is kind of a one versus them scenario.
What do the Hurricanes do that makes them so good? They're 12-1 in the playoffs. Who's carrying the mail for them?
Well, their goaltender, Frederick Anderson, is putting together a playoff similar to what Jordan Binnington did. So that's been a huge thing. And, you know, that Claude Lemieux story there, Claude Lemieux was Anderson's agent. So that's definitely some adversity for him to overcome as they head into the finals. But they're a team that's built, Doug, much like the 2019 Blues were, where, yeah, they do have a top 5 pick on their team, you know, but it's really a good sum of the parts. It's the system that they play. It's, you know, and on any given night, a different player can step up and get the, and they're deep that way. So they're kind of proven once again, like one of those teams that you don't need the absolute superstar. You just have to play as a team, and they're doing exactly that. And they play hard. I mean, Rod Brindamore supposedly still does the same workout routine almost on a daily basis that he did as a player. And his team seems to be following in his work ethic.
What kind of hockey market is Carolina? They've been there in Raleigh for a long time now. I've never made that trip. But how is that a passionate hockey market?
Listen, I think it is. But I don't know. It's a good hockey market. I don't think it's a great hockey market. You know, when they're struggling, it's very difficult for them to fill their building. They've had, you know, like visiting locker rooms and stuff have just been so bad down there because they rate so low in the hierarchy of that building. I mean, the league even had to step in at one point and said these rooms had to change. So I think it's a good hockey market. I don't think it's a great one. I think there's a lot of work for them to still do, even though it continues to grow, you know, from a youth hockey standpoint and all that. But, hey, like any market, really, you start to put a winning team on the ice, on the field or whatever, and you're going to have your fans show up. And that's what's going on down there right now.
You say they're a good, not great hockey market. St. Louis, I guess, are we a great hockey market? Yeah,
I think St. Louis has clearly moved into that category of a great hockey market. When you talk about let's first off look at the success overall of the NHL team, the way they consistently drew. You know, I mean, even in a difficult year, they were over like 92 or 93% capacity last year. It was pretty impressive. You look at the youth hockey, look at the way kids are coming out of here, not just going to the NHL, but playing good high-level college hockey. And then, you know, frankly, you know, look at the fact that just in recent years, you've had two, you know, college teams decide to go and put the commitment in to be Division I because of this market. So, yeah, I'd say St. Louis has definitely moved into that great hockey market category.
What do you think of Barbashev in Vegas? Has he been more than he won a cup here, but how much has his career evolved out there?
Listen, this is one that this is one that I always hated to see him go. You know, he played the role. He came up. This is a guy that had 99 points his last year in junior hockey. You know, and then the Blues found him and put him in that checking role. And from the moment he got traded, he's been on a top line with Vegas. He's won a cup, and now he's going back to a Stanley Cup final. And you ask anybody out there in Vegas, they aren't going anywhere without this guy. He's kind of become to them what Oscar Sundqvist was to the Blues through those number of years where you seem to go as he was. So good for him. That's a tough trade when you consider that you traded for Zach Dean. He's played, 9 games in the NHL. And, and at best on this team, barring just some real big upswing, he might be a fourth-line center. And that's if he ends up playing here at all. So that's a trade that Vegas clearly won, and they have benefited from it because he has been just absolutely spectacular. And he's playing the same style for Vegas that he played here. He's just getting a chance up the lineup.
Do you think more teams will do what Vegas did with Tortorella, like the equivalent of a closer in baseball, trying to find just the right guy just in time for the postseason?
Martin, I don't think so. And the only reason I say that, and maybe it's I hope not, but I mean, we can give you examples. There are some, not many, but there are some. And Tortorella, if he wins, it would be one. We saw Lou Lamoriello do it with, I believe it was Robbie Fatorik, getting rid of him and bringing in Larry Robinson, right? But we also saw the New York Islanders to turn around and swap out Patrick Waugh, for Pete DeBoer, and that wasn't good enough to even get them into the playoffs. So I think this is probably a real one-off situation, and depending on who you talk to in Vegas, nobody seems to be all that set that they're going to automatically just extend Tortorella either, which I kind of find a fascinating thought process. But I think if anything, when it comes to, kind of topping what Vegas did, if you look at both of these teams, I think there's only a total of like Vegas only has 2 of their own draft picks, non-expansion draft, 2 actual draft picks. And I think it's fair to start looking at that, being that they're 9 years in on their roster. And Carolina only has a couple as well. So, 3 or 4. So when you start to look at these Stanley Cup teams, and you start to see more teams winning it with players picked up by a trade or signed via free agency, you have to start to wonder if teams put too much value on some of their draft picks. And there's a different way. I mean, I think the Vegas Golden Knights have proven that they have found a way to stay competitive by being aggressive in player acquisition, taking some risks, and then willing to buy out and pay for the risks that don't play out. So I actually think it's more how they run their team that might become more copied than, say, the coaching situation.
As we sit here on the 1st of June, what would the Blues front office people be doing right about now?
Well, they're getting ready for the draft combine up in Buffalo. I believe that's happening this week. So they'll go in and they'll take all these measurements like they're reading racehorses. And in the end, they're going to go with what the guy did in junior and then the interview process, because I think and that's the biggest and probably most important part of this combine. And to me, is less than what's somebody's VO2 level and can they lift weights. It's the character in the interview process. Because if you look at, to me, that's kind of the direction that they've gone with these most recent picks, and something that is highly critical in Alexander Steen's philosophy is what kind of teammate, how would you be in the room, and the character of the player. So the interview process that they do up at the combine, to me, is probably the most important part. So Tony Felter is going to be up there. I'm actually going to do an interview with Tony tomorrow and put it out on our Curbside podcast. So we'll have that audio for everybody a little later on and probably next week. And but that's what they're doing now, is they continue to prepare for the draft. Because, look, they had been scouting the obviously the high picks. Now you got to get into that other one, and if there's a chance to move up, drop down. So pretty critical draft coming up here in 25 days.
Chris Kerber with us here on TMA. He joins us every Monday in the 8 o'clock hour with his thoughts, and you can look forward to that interview up on the Curbside podcast. Subscribe to the Curbside podcast and get the latest throughout the off season and, of course, during the Blues regular season. Curbs, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, fellas. Have an awesome week. Talk to you next week.
Thank you. You too. Chris Kerber with us here on TMA on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, you know anything about Design Air, Seth Goldcamp, and his wide stable of handsome service techs?
He's got a great team. Great employees. That is what makes a great team. The roster that Seth has assembled, this is Dodgers-esque. I mean, he's just got a great team working for him. And they're working for the company that's been around for more than a century. Designerservice.com, website to go to register for the maintenance program or to set up an appointment. We all know it's going to get hot real soon. It's going to stay hot. Make sure that air conditioning unit is working properly, and the place to do that is with Design Air. The folks you can count on year in, year out, fourth generation, family owned. And that means something because when it's a family owned business, it's not private equity. Their name is behind all the work that's being done. That's why there's so much attention to detail. We've all worked with them. So many listeners have shared their stories, and we love it. Keep them coming. Let us know when you work with designers. A lot of people will just text in a photo of the truck out front. It's a little weird, Doug texts in pictures of the guys, but it's...
I like that, man.
If you send in the Design Air van, we know that you're working with the best Design Air team in town, the best HVAC team. It's designairservice.com.
Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Brand new month and a brand new competition, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. We get back into the Cardinals and Cubs weekend that was, and a surprising statistic that we'll share with you coming up on the other side of our commercial break. This is the Morning After, 101 ESPN, TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios. It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. We're broadcasting from the Stiefel Studios. The program is with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and you're welcome to call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in 314-399-9646, and open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, and you're in there now with 296 friends, including the Devil's Crotch, Scorsy, and Jeremy Hodge. Doug, they're all in there talking to Deep Voice Dude, who says MLB in Mexico City could work, but the stats would be inflated due to altitude. Ha-ha.
What's so funny about that?
Deep Voice Dude, call in. How about this statistic? What do you think? Watch this. What do you see that?
It's professional broadcasting.
Thank you. The Cardinals are now 31-26. What do you think the Cardinal record was through 57 games in 2025? 31-26 through 57 in 2026, when the ballpark has experienced a resurgence of energy and topless gentlemen. In 2025, what was the Cardinal record?
I'll say it's about the same. I'll say the same.
Okay, you got 31-26, Martin Kilcoyne, who's been dialed in as of late.
Oh, I'll say 29-28.
Little Jackie Papers, who loved that rascal Puff.
I'll go the other. I'll say one game under 500.
The Cardinals were better in 2025 than they were at this moment in 2026. They were 32-25.
And then June arrived.
Yeah,
I don't remember us discussing, wow, how about this club?
not at all. I dare say few cared. And I know I've brought this up, perhaps ad nauseum, but the difference in the why really fascinates me, because I think there's something in there as far as a recipe, perhaps for other organizations, as to what has taken place here. Because again, the team that feels like a big success story in 2026 is actually a game behind the record of the team that was viewed as a failure in 2025. And I realize, well, that's how it wound up. But I'm telling you, when we were sitting here around June 1st in 2025, we weren't talking about the Cardinals like we're talking about the Cardinals in 2026. So I just continue to be fascinated by that. And by the way, it's not like they completely fell off in June. They were still lurking record-wise in the late portions of June. I'll get the exact numbers, but I think they were around 8 games under 500, or over 500, excuse me, in late June.
And 3 teams are going to be a wild card in the National League. So if you just say at this moment, right, Padres, Cardinals, Diamondbacks, but if you want to be one of the 3, okay, then you got to be better than the Pirates. Or if the Cubs get in the mix, then maybe you got to be better than the Diamondbacks, or maybe you got to be better than the Reds or the Nats or the Phillies. So it's, I don't think it's that intimidating to say, hey, we could. The Brewers may run away with the division. History has shown they tend to be the class of the NL Central in recent years. But if you're looking at the wild card, it's a crowded bunch. But I don't think you look at too many of those teams, maybe other than the Padres, and if the Phillies, they've leveled off a little bit. But the Reds, the Pirates, the Nats, even the Diamondbacks, can you be better than those? Yeah, I think you can.
The Cardinal record, for the record, as I said, 32-25 in 2025. This team, 31-26. And they got to, they were 47-38 through 85 games last year. So 9 games under 500, or over 500. That was the high water mark for the team in June, and then it began to fall off.
And people just weren't terribly excited about it.
Not at all.
Yeah.
And one can say, well, the expectations were different. I'm going to respectfully disagree on that. The expectations weren't high last year. The expectations last year were a hell of a lot different. In this sense that there were veterans who wanted to leave, at least in the Arenado situation. and maybe other veterans who just were kind of here and going through the motions. But specific to record and win total, it's not like the Cardinals had some, world championship aspirations going into 2025. So my theory would just go back to youthful enthusiasm from the team. I do think for a large number of people, the mere fact that John Mozeliak is not here is a huge part of it. I also think the Cardinal marketing deserves some credit. They're marketing the organization a lot different than even just a couple of years ago. And I think that is a conscious/helpful element to this. You would pan around that crowd, and I realized the team wasn't very good, but holy crap. And I'm talking about in 2025, 2024. I mean, that was a rough scene. Not to say that, with the energy there now, and I think that's a part of the marketing. I think the Cardinal way, which was a fundamental element of how to play the game of baseball, became associated with something that was not what George Kissel was writing about, was talking about when he would meet with new members of the organization, new players in the organization, and it became associated with boring and conservative. And I don't think that that's what George Kissel actually was talking about, but that became what it was. And I think that this year you're seeing some youthful energy also in the fan base. And that predates the tarps off thing, but that certainly exacerbates it.
Yeah, don't forget, when you go to a game now, you get a Chippendale show in right field.
Yeah, that's hot, man.
You go to a game, there will be nudity.
There was a good exchange with Anthony Rizzo during the game, and they were talking about playing first base and having an exchange with runners when they're sitting on the bag. And he made a joke about it. He said, well, with the Cardinals, if they talk to us, because, we didn't have the Cardinal way. He made a joke about it, how they were kind of the uptight team. And I think that extended, so that's player to player kind of, it's not just the fan base and being kind of labeled as such, but basically joking that if you got a Cardinal on first base, well, will he talk to you? I don't know. It's not the Cardinal
Hey, we're better
way.
than Chicago.
Yeah.
And at the time, the Cubs were kind of the Joe Madden, a keg of beer, and just having fun, and the Cardinals were this uptight franchise, and that has certainly been thrown out the window with, what's going on this year. I said July arrived. It was actually July, June arrived. July was their undoing last year when they went 8-16. Yeah.
Anyone who blames Mo at this point's a friggin' moron. He drafted 75% of these guys. That's from the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer.
Yeah, most of the players are still his, that's for sure.
But then the argument would be, why couldn't you get more out of these guys?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the stagnation or just kind of slow to respond, kind of with the Fetty stuff, and that was always really frustrating.
That's the thing, and that's why I loved it. I was so surprised. Maybe you weren't surprised, Martin, because you did call that you thought the Friday of the Cubs series could be when they make a move to bring up some of those minor leaguers. When I got the text notification from the Cardinals, which I guess everybody in the media gets, on Friday afternoon, that they had called up Velasquez and Crooks, as opposed to what we saw specific to what you're talking about, and you were talking about the Fetty thing last year.
Michaelis, yeah, just putting them out there.
That's the thing. If you tune into a game, you're going, okay, this is a game where I just know what's going on. A guy's going to go out there who's already sitting on God only knows how much money. And he's just kind of, okay, maybe he gets through it, maybe he doesn't. In the whole scheme of things, doesn't really give a damn. And now you got a spot here where the guys are fighting for their opportunity to hopefully get to a point in their 30s where they don't have to give a damn. That fires people up. It reciprocates the emotional investment of a fan base. Now, this is a magical thing that goes on in our Air Comfort Service text inbox, and I realize we're the ones who were able to see it. But if you see it, 8:36, Martin, Doug, the Cardinals were 33-25 at this point last year. I would hold off on all the parade talk. That's from Artie Burkett, Jackson's second cousin from Mobile, Alabama. Jackson, do you have a cousin named Artie, and does he live in Mobile?
News to me, but I like the name Artie.
Okay. And then right above it, from the 573, why is it not possible for you guys to believe we can win the division? Doug, so Artie Burkett wants us to stop talking about the World Series parade, but the 573 wants to know why you refuse to acknowledge that the Cardinals could win the division.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all.
but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
This is a little embarrassing because we have a surprise guest, and it's from the mayor's office with the early planning stages of the parade.
Yes.
They said there'd be plenty of room downtown to hold the parade.
The Cardinals have a shot to win the division, but when you look at that pitching staff that the Brewers have put together, with a couple of their horses hurt, it's going to be tough to beat the Brewers.
The Miz was shoving again yesterday. How does
Yeah.
anybody ever hit that guy?
I don't know. But the Cardinals don't have the pitching to match up with the Brewers, and you would think over a long season that would be the main difference.
And nobody's making any bold proclamations, but it's just more fun to watch, follow, and talk about this club. And it's a national theme as well. It's not just a bunch of local geeks like us. I mean, that's when Rosenthal and Smoltz and those guys are in last night with Costas and Benetti just kind of talking about this lineup. And a few weeks ago, Greg Amsinger of MLB Network said to me, he goes, you have a decent team when, like the analysts that he worked with, he goes, they can rattle off the lineup.
Yeah.
He goes, they know that Weatherholt and Burleson and Herrera, they can actually tell you what their lineup is because they're paying attention and because they're producing. And Weatherholt, just watching him over the weekend, he just gives you such a good at bat.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Matt Carpenter, we would joke that when he came to the plate, just make it 3-2 because you knew he was going to extend the count. But Weatherholt's got a great eye, and he was probably cooling off a little bit. Then he has 5 hits between Saturday and Sunday, and that was big. Get him going again.
Martin, you brought up the Miz, Jacob Mizrowski. Here are his stats for the month of May after another clinic yesterday. He threw 38 1/3 innings. He struck out 57 in 38 1/3. He walked 6. It's a fun ratio. And he allowed 1 earned run. 38 1/3 innings pitched, 1 earned run, 57 strikeouts, 6 walks.
That's a nice hole, Bill.
That is a nice hole, Bill.
He's a second-round pick. Everybody had a shot at this guy.
You wonder if his arm will hold out long-term throwing that hard. Maybe it will. Maybe he'll be the next Nolan Ryan. But when you throw that hard, you have to wonder how long he can go and do that as a starter. Because if he stays healthy, we could be looking at one of the greatest pitchers of all time.
I don't think we need to gild the lily just yet, Doug.
No.
Gild the lily. Second time.
Certainly not there now. But when you come up and you have this kind of success, there's not a whole lot of pitchers this early in the career are putting up numbers like that.
Doug, this text comes from the 573. St. Louis Cardinals teams who have won at least 28 of their first 47 games since 2000. 2026, rebuilding. 2015, won 100 games. 2013, National League champions. 2009, playoffs. 2006, won the World Series. 2005, won 100 games. 2000, playoffs. Bet y'all ignore this and don't talk about it. That's from the 573.
Leave us alone.
2006 and 2011, dum-dums. That's also from the same 573.
Dum-dums.
Well, wasn't the record last year?
Did they exclude last year?
I believe the 573 excluded last year.
Dum-dum.
I don't really feel like this presentation has been
So if we
down
say
on the
anything,
carbo average.
if we
Fine,
say
I don't
anything
really-
too nice, you guys are homers,
Right.
planning parades, and then the rest. Come on, fellas, we can do this.
Yeah.
I think the two biggest reasons for the fans being re-engaged in the excitement are Walker developing into a star and Weatherholt looks like the rookie of the year who's about to become a star. I think those are the two biggest differences between this year and last year. You got two young, exciting players to follow.
Couldn't agree more with that part of it.
And I also think in the clubhouse, when you make moves like Velasquez, hey, we could use a little extra bat around here. And then you bring up a guy like Crooks, and, hey, they all love pies, but not exactly tearing it up. I think that gives the room a little bit of life, too. Because I think when it was stagnant and you would see, I guarantee last year players are saying, oh, my God, Fetty's getting another start. Like, we talk about it, but in the room, I guarantee it's either a topic or it's unspoken. Like, oh, what are they going to do? What about Crooks coming? It gives them a little bit of a boost to know that the front office is paying attention and that they're going to try and help reinforce the team.
And the two spots that need offensive help, third base and center field, are two guys you have at the minors that are tearing it up. So it would really be exciting if they could bring those two guys up. I don't think they will.
Now, I think they're going to wait here because Newtbar will be back relatively soon. That's probably Torres gets shipped out. Then when Church is healthy, then it's more of a dilemma. Now, are you going to? It's up to Velasquez to hit, but he'd be the most likely because he's an outfielder. But you could go to Sajaci and push him down too. I mean,
What about Youngry?
well, that's a thought. Could you say he needs some work, send him down, put him in the minor leagues, or do you say, listen, you're just not you're like Pies, you have value, but you're not a starter.
He's hitting 186.
And you like that?
With no power, 2 home runs. He's got the speed. He's stolen 7 bases. I guess that's...
I don't know if that necessarily
No.
equates to Vince Coleman, 1985.
What if they went to send him down and he said, Sajaci's hitting worse than me? That's what I would say if they went to send me down. Like, what about his average? And then Tim's still hanging around as Urias. He's still lurking at some point. I don't know what you're going to do with that. Yeah, I think a good question is with 2 outfielders maybe back somewhat soon with Church and Newtbar, 2 guys who you want, my understanding, they would want on their major league roster. Would you consider putting Scott in the minors, or do you just say, hey, you're a 5th outfielder or 4th outfielder, you can do some pinch running, and then we tell Sajaci, you need to get some work. There's a lot of candidates that you could look in the face and say, you're going to Memphis, and don't act like it's a surprise.
I think if they had a third baseman that they could plug in there every day, and Gorman has been that guy so far, but he may not be that guy much longer if he doesn't snap out of it a little bit. If they're going to be a contending team, you're going to need some offense from that position. If they had a guy who's going to play third base every day, then maybe Sajaci becomes expendable too, because he's seeing, he's, I think, the main backup for Gorman there.
Why are the textures of this show so stupid? Doug, that comes from a month of Sundays.
Well, they're listening to a stupid show.
Caller Lisa should be pleased to know Skip Schumacher on this show tomorrow, the Rangers manager.
Doug, he's a good baseball man. You like that term?
No, I don't. Aren't they all good baseball men? Are there any guys out there coaching that are bad baseball men? And if so, what are they doing there? Sometimes we just analyze things just to be talking. I think it's the same thing with the Cardinal way. Do you see the Cardinals playing it differently than any other team out there? Do they do anything on the field?
It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
Do they do one thing differently on the field that the other major league teams don't do?
God, I hate agreeing with you in any form.
They don't play the game any differently.
Doug, Gorman is like my wife's bull. Absolutely worthless. That's from former fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette.
Well,
a lot to unpack there.
He had a couple of rough defensive plays over the weekend.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
I told you he could see that ball was foul off the bat of Bregman.
Yeah,
I feel like he's got another month, and then they're going to be 4. If he continues to just strike out a ton and not really contribute, and then he'd been playing decent defense, started kicking around the other day. Like when that happens, that game Saturday was just ugly. I mean, everything
about it.
It just looks like crap. I think a month from now, they might have to do something. I think they want to give him the whole year, but if he really just keeps striking out,
they'll go Blaze Jordan.
I think maybe.
Yes,
but I think
City.
But I think it's going to be another month.
Skip Schumacher has a body like Rod Brindamore. Doug, that's from Eric in Central
what's that supposed to
I don't
mean?
know. I just read what they send in.
What is that supposed to mean? Is Brindamore a good hockey man?
Want to guess the weight on height and weight on Skip Schumacher?
Height and weight.
Our guest tomorrow.
Play that for when he joins.
I'll say 5'10" as a player or now.
All I got
He's probably gained 10 pounds since I don't know. I'd say as a player, 5'10", 190.
What, so the text from Eric in the Central West End led to us now guessing. Mm-hmm. So first thing tomorrow when Skip's on it, real quick, if we could, get your height and weight.
Yeah. I mean, Doug nailed it. He's 5'10", and one site says 185, the other says 195. So split the difference.
We'll find out.
Is it the same site that also gives people's net worths?
Yes. Yeah.
People have to submit their weights and net worths to this website. I love how the St. Louis media wants us to lose and are unhappy and negative that we were winning. This show sucks and Doug knows nothing. That's from the 573.
Leave us alone.
Show sucks, and Doug knows nothing.
Media in this town soft.
Hey, it's June 1st. We are 13 days from Flag Day.
Why would we want them to lose? It's
573, you can call in. Jackson's going to field your call, 314-974-0101.
I think the Philly media may root for their teams to lose because it's just part of the fan base just feeds off of that. The New York media, it's always been twisted, but they're big cheerleaders. They love the fact when the teams are good. So
I have told this anecdote before, and so longtime TMA listeners, you've heard the story. But I recall, and you might have been there, Martin, 2000 Giants Stadium, Rammies taking on the eventual NFC champion New York Giants, and that was a Trent Green, Justin Watson game, and I could not believe it, but when the Giants would score a touchdown, the press box in New York would burst out into cheers, so much so that former Rams VP Bob Wallace then responded when the Rams would score a touchdown, and he would cheer because he was annoyed by the fact that the media was cheering. I couldn't believe it because I'd always heard about this New York media. I'm like, oh, my God, these guys are in here clapping. What the hell is this? Yeah. It's like, the podcast community now that gets credentials. And I understand the gig. There's not a lot of money in it, so you just are fans and you get to go to the games. But these were guys that, had been doing it in television and radio and at the time.
Those were the guys clapping? It wasn't?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Were you at that game by chance?
No, probably not.
I know you weren't because I was there. So
no, I don't believe I was there.
It was unbelievable.
Was it Dizzle? No, that pre-Dizzle. Pre-Dizzle.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Now, Jackson calls me a nostalgia merchant, but I believe that in New York, they just love the pageantry of the Yankees, and the Jets are the exception where they just like to crap on the Jets. But the Giants, there's something going on there where I think they do really romanticize a lot of their teams.
On NBC, they were promoting the heck out of, I don't know if you watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I don't know if you got to watch that at all. They've been promoting that.
Yeah, let's go. There goes Mike. That's Mike Mayapak doing his thing again. That once you get to Brooklyn Nine-Nine, that what's going on. You got to wait for a second to let him talk. But he tries in 100 different ways to get on the show. But hey, listen. He got to remember he's a frustrated entertainer. He really is.
Brooklyn.
What in the world was that?
Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Was that Andy Samberg, not Adam Sandler, but Andy Samberg, his vehicle? Maybe Terry Crews, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. That's probably when Papers was in high school. Was it a good show?
I never really watched it, but people speak highly of it.
Okay, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. And Mike in
Mike in Massapequa?
Is that what it was?
I found myself somehow watching a couple of episodes of Cops this weekend. It's still on the air.
All goes back to guys with their shirt off.
Oh, my goodness. This country's got a lot of morons.
I'm a Yankees fan. I'm a diehard Yankees fan. I just, tonight was the rough night.
You know what? I'm done.
Cut him off.
Yeah, I'm done. And then he immediately, okay, what else we got? Let's go back. Let's go right back to the phone line.
Not even the hesitation.
And I'm done. Okay, Bill in Brooklyn, what do you got? Okay, all right, I'm done. Okay, Gary in Queens, what do you got? Okay, I'm done.
You got to fill 5 hours somehow.
You can email in themorningafter@InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today comes up on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45 on this presentation. And, of course, you can text in and you can call in. We're waiting to hear from the 573.
Yeah, call in. Let's go.
We'd love to hear from Jackson Burkett. Will take your call, 573. Call in 314-974-0101. That is how you can get involved on this program, which is presented to you by our title sponsor of Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen is online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Now 3 years as the title sponsor of The Morning After. Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in St. Louis in 1979. And if you are in need of an attorney, don't you want a local law firm? One that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts. After an accident, money's tight. That's why they offer so much for free. You can always call for free any day, anytime. Your first consultation is always free. They come to you for free, whether it's at home or in the hospital. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. It is 8:56 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Spurs defeat the Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday. They advance to play the New York Knicks. Game 1 is on Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. on ABC. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Watch the show and get involved by calling in, texting in, or emailing in as the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day comes your way at 9:45 on our Polos Plus dossier. Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Albert Pujols, I thought, was really good on the broadcast last night. I know there have been a number of criticisms from the broadcast on Saturday with Eric Collins, who was the play-by-play guy. But I thought Pujols was good last night. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
I mean, he just the acumen that these guys that are great players are just great players. But when you hear them talk, sometimes the insight that they have is it's pretty obvious why they're great players. I mean, some guys can just hit and can play, but he was talking about making the move from third base to first base, and he said Okendo told him, "We're not going to win any Gold Gloves unless you play a Gold Glove first base." And he said, "I really took that to heart." He said, because it used to be, "All right, you're not an athlete, go sit at first base." Mm-hmm. I thought that was a great anecdote of why he took it so serious to become a really good fielder.
Do you think his insight is any better than ours?
A little bit, yeah.
Wow, that hurts to hear.
Yeah.
Here is what he had to say about the 2026 St. Louis Cardinals.
They are fun. What do you see in this group?
I love it. You said it. They're young, man. Everything started with J.J. Weatherhole and Jordan Walker finally making an adjustment this year, having a great year. And I love the energy that they're bringing. I think Oli Marmol has done a really good job with this young group of guys. You can circle in. There's no one big name, but these guys are having fun. They're bringing the fans back in, and I'm excited about this year.
There you go.
They gave a long, it appeared on the broadcast, they showed it that he had a long ovation during one of the commercial breaks going into the Hall of Fame, Cardinal Hall of Fame in September. And he had a brief comment about that. He hasn't said much about that. But yeah, fun having him on the broadcast. The Rizzo story was funny about Marmol. He said it's 2018 and Ollie's the first base coach and Rizzo was playing first and the Cubs were up and Ollie said, "We're coming back and winning this game."
On a walk-off.
And Rizzo said, "If you do, I'll buy you a house." And then the Cardinals did. So he said for years, Ollie would text him or send over to the clubhouse a bunch of Zillow printouts of houses that he wanted him to buy. That was pretty funny.
You can text in as well. Many are doing so. 314-399-646. It was a good ovation for Albert. I was there. Doug, that's Sharon and Clayton.
Oh.
Nice.
So that has been confirmed, Martin.
Okay.
Albert's kind of a free agent. Works for MLB Network, but NBC called. Yeah, I'll just do it. Fine. It's kind of now the Mike Shane. You just do whatever you want. Who you work for, it doesn't matter.
Harrison's brother, Master Martin, this is off the brand, and I don't know what to say. This is a breaking ball that freezes me right in my tracks.
He wants the Blues to extend Kyrie.
No. Tim, I must give credit where credit is due. Jackson, your hair looks really good today. Well done, Jackson. You're getting further away from Ken's career trajectory daily. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
There you go.
I didn't think the shot at our boy Iggy was necessary, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah, Harrison's brother, Master, just can't go 100%.
No, and I guess I understand that, but
you're still the brand.
Outside of his unnecessary stray on our boy Ken, I appreciate that kind text.
Baseball player Anthony Rizzo was one of my least favorite people. Analyst Rizzo is great. That's from the 314.
Why wouldn't you like him as a baseball player?
314. You can call him, but you're going to be in line behind the 573-314-974-0101. Big Tough says Sharon sucks.
Okay.
The Big Show says, who cares, Sharon? And then Sharon's Ledoux Pool Boy says, stop bragging, Sharon. Those are the three texts. Bang, bang, bang.
She triggers him.
And
hello,
then,
Vivian.
Sharon and Clayton is back. I'd work on Master. You're welcome, Piddles.
Let's proofread before we hit send.
And leave you quivering.
How about that? I called the Velasquez homer and was the first person to hop up and ended up on the Jumbotron. Friday was a great game to be at. That's from the 314. Sick. Doug, did you like that text?
No, I didn't care for it.
Let me know what they're saying at the office. Are you walking around the office telling everybody? Well, good for you.
First person to hop up.
Tim, I don't think you were here when it happened, but Papers was saying he'd really like to go to the ball game over the weekend.
Is that right? Did you get an invite from Dan Jansen?
Yes.
Oh, really?
So then Dan Jansen called in on Friday. He had tickets for the Friday game, really good seats.
Wow.
And Papers on brand denied the request.
No. Green seats?
Right behind home plate.
He's mean mugging me.
Mean mugging his shoulder shove.
No,
that is an
I don't-
accurate depiction.
Correct. He offered me tickets, and I wanted to go this Saturday, not Friday.
Okay.
And so that was that.
I was just giving Tim a little recap.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm happy.
I didn't say there was.
It seems like you're a touch perturbed.
We were talking about fans being excited. They were seen on the Jumbotron. A lot of fan story time here on this show, which call in. The well-coiffed Papers will take your calls.
Yeah, sure. That lid, man, I'm telling you, there's a little buzz.
Poor Dan Jansen tried to get Papers to go.
Did you have something going on Friday?
I just wanted to go to the Saturday game, the Friday game.
Yeah, but did you have something going on
Not
Friday?
at the time.
Which always makes the denial a little more awkward.
Not at the time. Well,
Yeah,
just because someone offers you something doesn't mean you have to take it. It's not rude to say no.
Well, what if it's 3 or 4 times in a row saying no?
That doesn't matter. That's the gambler's fallacy.
Dan, I appreciate your great offer, but I'm buying a stapler tonight. It was something akin.
Do you shop around for stapler? You just go with the first one you find.
Is there an Office Max or a Depot around anymore? That seems like that was
Then
one of the first things to go.
What if Dan said, I have a whole case of staplers in my trunk. I'll give you one after the game.
That might be grounds for arrest if you had a case of staplers in your trunk and you.
Who do you work for?
Yeah, seriously.
And what's missing from inventory?
Yeah.
There's technology that hasn't changed in years and doesn't need to.
Stapler?
A stapler.
You're standing up for big staples?
A big staple, I'm on their side.
Do you like the electric stapler where you don't have to do you want the old school?
Yes.
And then you can violently.
What about
push
the
it.
electric slide?
I don't need that either.
Okay.
There's a video at the ballpark when the camera went to Drinkwitz wanting his tarp off, and he almost did. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Yeah, he pump faked it.
If you guys keep talking about Dan, he's going to call in again, and then I'm going to have to slash Martin's tires. That's from Jugs, and he's in D.C.
So he's going to fly here just to slash my tires?
That is correct.
That's a commitment.
Dan Jansen, I will be your friend. I have hair thicker than a duck's back. That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville. So he's offering to be Dan Jansen's friend since Jackson is not taking him up on it.
And ducks are known for their thick hair?
Guess so. I don't know about that. That desperate weirdo just keeps putting Jackson in position to make up excuses why he can't go to the games. Dan Jansen is the worst.
Oh, come
Some
on.
beer cats.
He means well.
No, I love
he
Dan
does.
Jansen.
Dan means well.
I just noticed when hey, Dan's on the line, I see Papers muttering like, Mom's birthday, stapler, clean the bathroom. Like he just kind of mutters.
Green seats are for the woke. That's from Not So Average Joe in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, 321 people are in there talking, and he says green seats are for the woke.
I don't know that that's true. Lick my hoop.
For the
wealthy, for sure.
So if you're in the green seats, you have the ability, though, if you want to, you can go out to the right field bleachers. The old tarps off.
Yeah.
All are welcome.
I wonder if anyone's ever done that. These seats are too good, and I'm tired of all the food that comes with it. I'm going out to the right field bleachers and undress.
Guys, speaking of Polos Plus, I got that TMA cardigan. Had Old Warson put the Shield logo on there. It's stained with the youthful love of a Northwestern Mutual intern, but it's still comfortable. Doug, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. So she got the cardigan, and now she met up with a Northwestern Mutual intern.
Sensational.
Are the Northwestern Mutual interns hot?
It's certainly young.
Are they?
Likely virile.
Well, you hope that they're young. If you're an intern at age 57, you're probably
in trouble.
Behind the
what about
curve.
radio interns in their like 40s?
Like evil David Letterman.
Yeah.
Martin, you would have loved Evil
Wait,
David
an
Letterman.
older intern is
Yeah,
what
I
you're
think he
telling
was
me?
52. He came in for a couple days.
And why was he evil, David Letterman?
I don't know. I just
Self-named?
No, I think the cat probably gave it to him.
Could he look like Letterman?
Likely.
Yep. 314-399-9646. That's where you can text in, talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at approximately 9:45. Doug, do you know anything about Seth Goldcamp's business? I believe you do.
Well, of course. He runs Design Air. His family has been running it for 4 generations now, all the way back since 1904. That's how long Design Air has been in business, making St. Louis homes comfortable in the winter or in the summer. Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. They've also got that maintenance plan where they will come out, preferably early in the season, whether it's the summer season or the winter season, and make sure that your HVAC system is running perfectly. That's the way to go, and then you don't probably won't have any kind of big problem when the weather gets severe. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904, and of course, home of the handsome repairman. Don't forget about the very helpful Anthony or the heavily muscled and highly regarded Brian. They're all just fabulous. Design Air brings the heat.
Hey, Jackson, saw you win some coin at an Eville halftime basketball game in 06. Can you please update my username to below? Dan flashes pattern pictures.
Hell yeah. Hell yes.
What'd you do at 8 years old?
My brother was playing for the Edwardsville Tigers, varsity basketball team, and my dad would take me to every single game, usually Friday nights, and I got picked to shoot, like where you shoot a layup, free throw, three-pointer.
Like Vaughn did
Very
at
similar.
the Billiken game.
Right.
Yeah, and I made the layup.
Nice.
And then made the free throw.
Yes!
I won, I think, $15, and my dad tells a story that I would not put the $15 away, in my pocket, until I showed my brother that I won.
How about that?
Very, very
How old were you at the time?
Had to be 8.
I was 8. My brother's senior year. So, yeah, very special moment. So, thank you. And I'm going to change your text name. Not because of that, but, that's a really nice little memory
But you
lane.
can be swayed by a good anecdote.
I'm sentimental as the next guy.
How is the name change day one going? Anything risque?
Seems like you're in good spirits, and I see the exchanges you have when people text in and request the name and everything right now, Doug. It's looking good.
It's good to stay busy, I would say. It's good to stay busy, The
Tim,
idle
it's good
mind,
to stay busy.
The idle mind is where the devil does
Did you take
his work.
a call? Because I heard you say you want to talk to the fellas?
Yeah, I took a call.
What's her name?
Yeah, Doug's favorite quarter zip. I think she's 26.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Doug's favorite quarter zip is on the Callier and Thompson phone line.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, I'm a 26-year-old female. I was trying to get to Jackson, but he kind of shut me down. So I thought I was talking to Doug.
Okay.
Doug, you're plan B.
Oh, wait a minute. This is the caller who was going to start a chant, who had his own specific chants, correct?
Yes, that is correct. That's why I'm calling in. I actually I went and attempted to do it last night. I did it in the 6th inning. I got about, I'm going to give myself half the crowd who did it. I had a couple underage fellas with pit vipers that were not into it, a little too cool for school.
And what was the chant again?
It was called "We Are the Cardinals." I wound up taking the chairman's advice. I shortened it. I revised it. Made it sound a little bit better. Overall, I think it was a success.
Can we hear a little bit of it now?
Tim, you might have missed this.
Sure.
Here we go. No, it's not that catchy. Hold on.
Yeah, not that good. Not that. I can't be that good. So you want me to hear? You want me to do the whole thing, Doug?
Well, a little bit, yeah, sure.
All right. Because you guys said the ending needed some work.
Okay.
So, all right, ready?
Yes.
We are the Cardinals. They are the Cardinals. We are the birds on the bat. We are the Cardinals. They are the Cardinals. St. Louis on the red hat. We are the birds. They will steal third. The umpire will yell safe. Redbirds rising, St. Louis roaring, Cardinals take the game.
That's it?
Sack.
That's the song you want everyone to sing?
That's the one where I chanted it, and then they chanted it, and it sounded cool. I took a video of it, sent it to TMA Instagram, but...
Oh, is that right, Jackson? Have you
good.
taken a look at the TMA Instagram inbox?
Oh, it's delightful. It's a delightful little potpourri of God knows what.
Keep the alias up. Don't.
Isn't it a little wordy for them to kind of follow along?
Not really. When I chant a sentence and then they chant it right back.
Okay.
Oh, you just do one sentence and they repeat it, and then you do the next and then they repeat it, that kind of thing.
And half the crowd did this?
Go ahead, Tim. Sorry.
He was taking calls. He was buying a stapler.
Half the crowd did this?
I would say about half the bleachers in the tarp soft section did it, yeah.
Really?
So what'd your grandma think?
My wife and I got tickets. We were about 10 sections over on the first base side, and you could hear it pretty clearly in the video, but whenever I sent it to the Instagram, it's not as good quality for whatever reason.
Like I'm going to go into the TMA STL Instagram inbox for the first time in a long time. I would imagine there's going to be some unfortunate messages when I go in there. Jackson's agreeing with that. And we'll see. So you sent this in to the TMA STL Instagram inbox, Doug, then hopefully we could, and you don't want us to post your name? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's from my personal Instagram. So
okay.
Are there other yell leaders? Are there people? Is it clear that somebody is kind of the yell leader for the group over there?
It's so far away you can't even really hear me yelling, but they did make me take my tarp off, and they wanted me to rip it off, but I was wearing a David Freese 2011 World Series jersey, so I was like, nah, I'm not doing all that.
Oh, I see the
I did
video
take it off, though, wave it around.
So it's a requirement. You cannot lead the cheers until you take your top off.
Yeah, they told me I'm not doing it unless you take your top off. And I was like, all right.
Okay, so you think this thing might catch on?
Did your wife at all? Did your wife at all say, "Honey, what are you doing?" All right, porta potty laugh. Did your wife at any time say, "Honey, come on"?
I think she tried, but I think I was just too deep into it. I wanted to do it. I was committed.
Yeah,
committed to the bit.
You love this ball club, I can tell.
That's right.
Doug, while I'm in the TMA inbox, Ray King knew I would be in it, and so he just sent a message that says, "Hi, Tim."
No.
But I see the video now. It looks like you have it on a tripod. Are you and the woman at the foreground, or is that you? Or
I am. She is taking the video from where our seats were, and then I ran over there because I wanted to see.
So she took the video while you ran to the crowd to do the chant.
Yeah, that's another thing. The Cardinals, unlike MLS stadiums, they just play music throughout the inning and have the organ going and all that. So unless you're right around it, you really couldn't hear it.
And how does that differ from MLS stadiums?
Well, you can hear the chants because they don't have the organ playing constantly. I had to stop and restart because there was a walk-up song and.
So the walk-up song got in the way of you doing your business.
Yeah, if Alec Burleson didn't have so much of a loud walk-up song.
Doug, is that Party Like a Rock Star from 2006 by Shop Boys?
I guess. I
think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
There it is. I think Papers, what's this guy? It's Doug's quarter zip. I think Papers last week said, I like this guy because he's good in the box. He thinks on his feet.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, he sticks and moves.
Here's one thing I wanted to say. Last week was my first time calling in.
Yeah.
And afterwards, I felt so nervous. I actually messed up the chant. I thought my voice was shaky. Listened back to it. Jackson saying I had confidence, all this stuff. The only thing I can think compares to how I felt is how a rookie starting pitcher or starting quarterback feels starting their first game. It's probably the same level.
I don't know that it is.
Exactly. Maybe more.
Know.
Maybe more.
More, yeah. I could argue that.
Yeah, I would.
Well, did any of your friends recognize your voice by the call-in?
Yeah, actually, they did at work. One guy asked, I told a guy, I said, yeah, I called into TMA, and he goes, "You're a chant guy." So the lore is building.
The lore. You're not trying to steal the Cardinal Cowboys thunder, are you?
No. I couldn't live up to that.
Okay. Right. Yeah, that's a high bar. Doug's Quarter Zip, thank you for calling in. So we have permission to post the video, but we can't use your name. That's your request?
Correct. You can try to post it, but it's super blurry on Instagram. On my phone, it's a lot better. Maybe if Jackson wants to give me his personal cell phone number, I'll send it to him.
What's going on with the guys calling in wanting papers?
I can give it to you if he won't.
We'll kick the tires on just trying to get it off the Instagram. And if we can't, maybe it wasn't meant to be. But no, that's not offense to you.
No.
Just not in the giving a personal number business anymore.
Of course. Yeah, that's at one time.
I don't know anything about that one time. I need that in record and in writing.
I think he's doing a little material. Beercat said, okay, time to change the phone number.
Thank you, Doug's Quarter Zip.
Yep, thank you, guys. Talk to you later.
All right, Quarter.
He seemed very confident.
I like that guy.
Yeah, after I read some of these texts.
Some of the most negative reaction I've ever seen.
Let's see.
They're not agreeing with your take.
Doug, Ryan Krause is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. This guy definitely has suspicious online behavior. You can tell that by a voice.
People extrapolate a lot based on a 2-minute phone call.
Go chant this on I-55, you loser. It's from Helmet Nacho Heaven. Get this mother effer off the air. That's from Nars Loot Bar. That's all in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I haven't even gone into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Martin, what's the reviews?
Let's see. A lore of 1 when he said the lore is building. Let's see. Change your name to Wordy Wordenson. I really,
for school. Your chant just effing sucks. That's from Doug. His last name is Glatt.
Big Blonde Dan said, I really love how long it is and that it doesn't rhyme at the end. Yeah, I think the word, I like the idea. I like the confidence. I feel like the wording maybe needs a little assist.
I got to listen to the video. Doug, you're going to be critical. We're all either former or current television journalists, and so we have a great appreciation for video and focus, as I would imagine a lot of people will. So when we post this, if we post this on the TMA STL
I don't really
Instagram, I'm not sure.
We need to attach our name on it.
There's 0% chance this douche canoe's married. That's from Ulysses S. Grant.
Nice chant, man. Try something like that this fall in Baton Rouge on a Saturday night and let me know how it goes. That's from Al in Dadeville. I bet this guy has a hole in his basement covered in lotion. That's from the STL Gator. Is that a reference to
Silence of the
Sir
Lambs?
Anthony Hopkins, Doug? Sir Anthony Hopkins?
Well, that would have been Ted Levine who had the well. I don't know how one gets a basement well. Yeah, Buffalo Bill.
You'd have to drill through the cement floor of the basement, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg in that picture.
Now, the Hoosier Trojan Horse said, imagine having this be the ultimate highlight of your life. This dude is so fulfilled right now, so proud.
How about that, Doug?
Happy for him.
Look at that. Look at that. It's a pat on the backside.
Good caller.
And then there's a thought process that this is Dan Jansen's son. Is there?
I don't think so.
You're secretly trying to get Jackson's number. The whole bit is just to get to you.
If it was a long con, that'd be pretty good.
This guy gets pegged. That's from MD 2020. Now we get see what's right there. That's got an air of kink shaming to it, and so we just can't have that on this show.
I'm with Papers. I kind of like him. He's not afraid to get pounded on.
There's a lot of people in the text inbox, and it's part of the gig. Is you call in, you're going to get shredded by texters. But I challenge the texters. Hey, if you think no good, call in, big man.
None of them call in.
Yeah.
How about that?
Put yourself in the arena.
They can't take the heat.
Yeah, put yourself in the arena.
I was talking to a member. There was a gentleman who appeared to be like a county sheriff. He was at the ball game on Saturday. He said he enjoys TMA. He said, wow, it gets kind of rough in there. And I said, yeah. I said, every day. I said, we could have Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan in studio, and people would say, Z, boring, stupid show.
Sounds like the porta potty guy.
Yes. Tiger Woods sounds like the porta potty guy.
You can express your distaste for us, the people who call in, other texters. It doesn't matter. It's a placed event. 314-974-010. And if you want to take Jackson up on it and call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, you can text in 314-399-9646. And coming up in 20 minutes, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, good news. Mike Francesa does know the surgeon who's operating on Mitchell Robinson's pinky, and he's going to tell you that The look on your face.
Why would that be such a big deal? Wouldn't you think
the
most
Knicks need
surgeons
him
could
back.
handle a pinky?
Yeah. We got Jackson. When do things get underway?
Wednesday.
Oh, man. How about that? Have you broken down the series yet for us?
Which series? The Spurs and well,
just snort a line of Adderall right off my tramp stamp.
You're saying break down the series of a series that hasn't happened yet, or one that I was watching the Cardinal game. I got nothing for you.
Well, the
Saturday.
preview. How do you see? 3, 2.
He's gonna break it down in the next segment.
3,
after you hear that
2,
Mike Francesa knows.
1.
the surgeon.
Looking forward to Jackson's breakdown of the NBA Finals, which is the culmination of our basketball season with professional teams in many cities. But this year, the particular squads are San Antonio and the New York Knickerbockers.
That's right. 27 years later, after the Knicks' last appearance in the finals, why, look, it's a rematch. This time, Wemby grabs center stage and has an opportunity to etch his name on the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 9:45, as well on the Polos Plus dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN. At Michael's Baths, they create elevated bathroom spaces that blend luxury, comfort, and smart design, all tailored to the way you live. From sleek tub to shower conversions to full high-end bathroom remodels, including paint and electrical, they handle every detail, and now they're offering a new premium wall option designed to bring a custom spa-like look to your home. Martin Kilcoyne and his family just worked with Michael's Baths. With 30 years of experience, all 5-star reviews, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and VA recommended, Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. This is not a temporary fix or a quick cover-up. It's a complete transformation built to last and built to add value to your home. At michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800 and ask about their financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family-owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional. First baseman, Burleson. Alec Burleson.
You man.
First baseman.
Shh. We're working on a chant. If you could, maybe don't introduce the batters anymore.
Doug, it's hard to believe 20 years ago since Shop Boys came out with this.
It's not that hard to believe.
Is this your jam?
Very sophisticated music.
Well, they're on a money-making mission when they party like a rock star at Busch Stadium, where Jacob deGrom will take the mound tonight against Mike McGreevy. Day off, and then the Reds come to town. Nice little homestand for your St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah. I was trying to see what deGrom was doing this year. There was a time he was as good as anybody.
You better believe it, brother.
I see this year's 3-4, 3.77 ERA, so he's still having a pretty good year.
There are some of these guys, and we're big in the fantasy baseball community. Jackson has withdrawn from the field. That they're veterans, and they'll go out and they'll have these starts where they're able to recapture the magic. And then on the other side of it, they sometimes will have a start where they go an inning and 2/3 and get absolutely blown up. And deGrom, I believe, if you take a look at his 2026 game log, has some of that in there. If memory serves, I could be off on that, but I'm pretty sure.
He's the only major leaguer I've ever heard of whose last name starts with a small letter. That D is not capitalized.
Travis d'Arnaud.
Is that a small letter?
I.
Well, there's two of them.
Yep.
There's your battery.
Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
How about his career ERAs? 2.62 still. A couple of Cy Youngs. Let's look up the splits. Let's see who's.
I remember Mike Francesa once went on a long tirade about how few runs he'd given up. Remember that? He was counting like all 30 starts.
Oh, game by game.
Mm-hmm.
Very few. Mason Wynn 1 for 3. Pages and Scott have faced him. They're both 0 for 2.
DeGrom on the season.
No.
Just to show you how crazy it is. This is earned runs this year.
Okay.
1, 1, 1, 4, 3, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 0, 2, 3, 2, 0, 2, 0.
This is like late September?
Yeah, it's like when I'm giving my credit card to the Brazzers customer service rep. Doug's quarter zip is back.
Oh.
To all the haters, my peak was when I was sleeping with your mom after the game in the tarps off section while she used my chant. That's from Doug's favorite quarter zip.
Gosh.
He's back, and he is not happy that they're not happy with him in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and the Air Comfort Service text inbox. For the record, I did watch the video during the commercial break, and it's tough to hear. So I don't think, Jackson, it's going to make its way to the TMA
drat
Instagram page. But he also said, Doug, you can't hear it in the video on Instagram, but you can on my phone. Give me your personal number. That's from Doug's favorite quarter.
I'm not going to.
Why don't you give?
Well, why does everyone want our personal numbers?
Jackson, Mike Francesa is a personal friend of the surgeon who is performing on Nick Center Mitchell Robinson's pinky, and he broke that down. Take a listen.
That's a critical thing, and it sounds like he will play. Knicks have a great hand surgeon. I know that because we happen to know them because my wife had a thumb injury and was operated on by the doctor, and my son Jack had a football injury where he had his thumb operated on by the doctor. So the bottom line is we know the Knicks, that surgeon. That surgeon's a wonderful hand surgeon, and I'm sure she performed the surgery. She usually does all the Knicks.
I would assume they'd have a good surgeon. I would assume that you're operating on players.
It's tough to find a good doctor in New York City.
How does that doctor not have a horse up at the track?
Probably does.
It's a big miss for
But you would assume any professional sports franchise with these valuable properties they have in their players.
But if you're a Knicks fan and you hear that, you have to feel better.
I don't know.
Because that doctor operated on Francesa's wife and son,
You think
feel
he
better.
would go to anybody but the best? This is
The
Mike.
Pope.
Yeah, this is the Pope we're talking about.
That Doug's quarter zip sounds like an absolute dork. Half the crowd, my ass. That's some little beer cats, and he wants to go now with Doug's quarter zip, who wants your phone number, and you won't give it to him.
A lot of anger.
I disagree. We enjoyed his passion, his delivery, getting in the box, sharing video that apparently isn't worth using, but shared it anyway. Why don't Little Beer Cats, you're a young guy. Why don't you get out there, lead the cheers, fella?
Yeah.
They'd probably be a little naughty, but that's okay.
Doug, Little Beer Cats, is he at Murray State with Ja?
I don't know where he is.
I think he's at Murray State with Ja, but I could be wrong. Where's Mark Milton? He's at Illinois, and then he's at St. Louis University, I think.
He was at both because he was on his way to becoming one of the top tax attorneys in this nation, not just in St. Louis, but in this nation. After Illinois and then SLU to get his law degree, he started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is top-notch. If you have any kind of tax problems, maybe unfiled returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, or even facing a possible IRS criminal investigation, Mark Milton is the guy you want in your corner to take on the godforsaken tax man. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark is based right here in St. Louis, helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. Any kind of IRS issue at all, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. Yes, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Little Beer Cats has his own video of a chant. I don't know what's going. What is going on? The listeners go to the games. They shoot videos of the tarps off section, and then they send them to us. Doug, how great is that?
Well, we don't need them.
He says, I was there on Friday and made my way to the tarps off section, and I saw him there doing the whole tarps off thing. And unfortunately, yes, there were guys who thought the Cardinal cowboy was, quote, so cool. I thought it was weird. He happened to station himself. Nope. But Little Beer Cats is sideways with both the Cardinal cowboy and Doug's favorite quarter zip now. And he sent in a video from the tarps off section, so
Guys,
he was there.
They try to bring a little personality to the stadium, and it angers people to no end.
I saw Film Bitch this weekend getting ripped on Twisted Tea, Tall Boys, and Buzz Balls while leaning up against his purple Mini Cooper out of side of Tam Ave. Weird, but I respected it. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Yeah, that's what I do. I like to.
You like a good buzz ball?
Yeah, I like to drink highly sugared liquors against my car. Like this
Mini
is
Cooper. It's a purple Mini Cooper.
It's like a bizarro American graffiti out here. Not the case.
Johnny Cakes wants to know what the phone number is, Tim, and I think to the show or
maybe
that guy is always
personal.
No, that guy.
No.
We're going on 5 years of that guy saying, I'm calling in and no one's answering. Johnny Cakes, don't let him fool you.
And then, unfortunately, Martin, the generous executive of the St. Louis Blues, Mike Caruso, what is his official title?
He is in charge of cinematic welcome back videos.
That is the title? Vice President of Cinematic Welcome Back Videos? And you, of course, know the great Matt Poling, and he is the Vice President at St. Louis City SC. Is that corporate sponsorships, Doug? Is that right? Corporate sponsorships?
He's in charge of dog diversion. When the team's bad.
And then, of course, the great John Pennington of Proper Cannabis. This Caruso won't stop. He just sent this in our group text. Matt is in polling. It was exactly 1 week ago that you and I were challenged on enemy turf. After an odd selecting of the teams, a possible palming or string bet of a drop by Tim as our two balls were nowhere near his, the line was drawn. And then Tim put his opening tee shot 270 dead center in the fairway on his way to a birdie. His only one of the day, mind you. And we looked duped. And then 5 holes later, his partner's Rare Eagle had us in a pickle. But 2 hours later, and then he sends a video of a car crashing into the Grand Canyon. Enjoy this fine June 1st, gentlemen. This Mike Caruso needs to work on some upcoming welcome back cinematic films.
Return thing?
He seems to be gloating over his win.
I've got to block this number is what I got to do. This guy's out of line is what he is.
Okay. We should just give out his personal number.
That actually is a wonderful idea. Generous executive Mike Caruso and Matt Poling, Doug, took a lot of money from me, and I'm furious about it, candidly. And now they're rejecting the opportunity for a rematch. Doesn't that strike you as cowardly?
They probably feel like they've beaten you down and they're going to move on to a bigger challenge.
Was that Sly Stallone at the end of Rocky? No rematch.
That's a pretty good impression.
Kind of said there's not going to be a rematch. And did Apollo say don't want one? Was that it, Doug? Ding, 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 ding. And then there was like 8 sequels.
That's correct.
Did Rocky say?
I thought he saw a rematch. I thought he said that at the end.
You know what? Now that I think it was the great Carl Weathers who
He said, I don't want one.
And then
no,
Sylvester
Rocky said,
Stallone
I don't want one. So
right.
Carl Weathers said.
In Rocky 2?
No, at the end of Rocky 1, movie boy. At the end of it, I remember I had a stroke on Friday and I inverted everything.
Yeah.
I believe that's correct. So Carl Weathers said, don't want a rematch. Yeah. There won't be a rematch. And then Rocky said, oh.
I just remember in Rocky 2 when they're in the hospital, they're like barking back and forth at each other in the wheelchair. And I felt like that's where that conversation happened. But maybe I'm off.
Being restrained by the candy girl.
Nice comeback, jackass. Hey. I don't know what that's in reference to, but I just went into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 315 friends are hanging out, and either there's an argument or they're not happy with our response. I don't know, but that's the first thing I see, and it was written by Helmet Nacho Heaven, so maybe they're in there and they're arguing. I don't know. And then I see Scorsese says that's a great song, but it's no Glowworm, and that's something, Doug, you probably can agree with, even though we don't know what song they're talking about. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up in a matter of moments. This is TMA 101 ESPN. it's hard to believe it was 17 years since I saw Too Short perform this at the Jamie Foxx concert at Hard Rock in Las Vegas.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Wow. How about that?
Jamie Foxx, and then Too Short opened for him?
No, he was just kind of doing his thing, and all of a sudden he said, I'd like to welcome to the stage a good friend of mine. And then all of a sudden that beat right there started playing. And you know what the place was up for, Doug?
Snatch grabs.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
But I thought it was going to be like a Jamie Foxx kind of comedy show. And then he comes out and he just starts singing ballads. And I'm telling you, there were panties all over the stage.
Oh, yours?
Mm-hmm. Boy panties.
I guess that would have been on the heels of Ray.
Doug, did Ray come out in 2008?
I don't have any idea.
No, that was 2004, but still fresh in people's minds. And then Gold Digger, him and Kanye, probably around that same time, too.
I think Gold Digger was 2005.
Because that was late registration, wasn't it, that album?
Was that late registration?
Well, it wasn't College Dropout.
And if I'm not mistaken, he opened for U2 at the Enterprise Center. Martin, there's a good chance you were at that show, if I had to
2005?
guess. And he was booed off the stage. He was fresh off of giving his thoughts on President Bush's response to Hurricane Katrina, and it didn't really resonate with the U2 fans in the audience. So that's what happened in 2005, but there were no panties on the stage there. 2009 were the panties, and that was in Las Vegas. Hard Rock, which is now the Virgin Hotel, and the Hard Rock is going to be where the Mirage was. You following me here?
Kind of. They bring the panties with it. They put that in a pocket or a backpack or something and then throw them.
Jackson,
they're not getting undressed
at
right
the
at
TMA Live at Hot Shots in South County in 2024, you had panties thrown at you.
It sounded something like this.
Would you like me to take off my boy panties?
There it is right there.
Yeah.
Your words, sir.
I can't imagine what caused me to say such a sentence.
I wouldn't mind some context, Doug.
Yeah, I could use that too.
You guys are dead on. Gold Digger, late 05. How about that?
Yeah.
It was on late registration. Yeah. Fox was also on Slow Jams, which is College Dropout. That's from the Poor Film Student.
Good call. Yep.
How about that, Doug? So we were dead on.
Okay. And that matters why?
Well, just for, chronology's sake. Trying to figure out why was Jamie Foxx doing a musical show when he might have been more known for his comedy. But Jamie Foxx is a world-class entertainer. He's got, all the tools in the sack.
Got all the tools in the sack.
Great actor. He's a great actor. He's a great singer. He's very funny, good comedian, great impressionist.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
Is he the most talented entertainer of our generation?
Wow, hell of a question.
Now I'm having a good show.
Come on.
He'd be way up there. He'd be way up there.
What's the movie with Tom Cruise where he's going to get
Collateral.
assassinated? Oh, I love that movie.
Is that My Briefcase, Homie?
Sorry?
My Briefcase, homie. Are you going to answer the question now?
Yes, I said Collateral. That's the movie.
No. The question that you said was such a great question. Homie? Oh, my God.
No, the most talented actor of our generation.
Actor? No. Entertainer? He'd be in the conversation. I don't know if I could
Lady
definitively
Gaga
say.
On the female side does a little of both.
She'd be up there. Great
That's Iggy's favorite, Martin.
Great actress, great
We did
singer.
not ask Costas, by the way. A lot of people texting during the Bob Costas interview Friday. Ask him about Iggy.
Yeah.
Ask about Iggy.
People might scoff, but Donald Glover, Doug knows him as Childish Gambino.
Right.
Big-time music star, comedy star on the show Community. He wrote and starred in his own show Atlanta, which was critically acclaimed.
Justin Timberlake has done a little bit of everything.
Timberlake would be way up there.
Seems like Jamie Foxx is still at the top of the ladder, though.
I have yet to name anyone better than Jamie Foxx.
Right, Tom Cruise acting, but he's not singing and doing comedy, so it's not the range we're looking for here.
Right, but yeah, he's a star without a question.
Superstar, but entertaining.
Lady Gaga's a good one, though.
Not according to Buzz Killington, 6'9", 1.6, who says Lady Gaga is trash.
I disagree.
Hey, Sharon, how's diving into Mimosa Monday treating you after a day with the pores and fats at the game? In other words, a bunch of dupos in South Counties. That's from the 217.
That's not all who goes to the games. A bunch of dupos in South Counties. That seems unfair.
If you guys are interested, read the Hoosier comments on this post. Doug, that comes from Jugs in TC. What is the post? Oh, the Cardinals just announced they're celebrating Pride Month, and it's not going well in the comments section per Jugs in DC. Maybe you can do that on Movie Boy this week. Jackson, read the comments under the Cardinals announcement of Pride Month.
No, I've made a decree in my own personal life to never look in the comment section of anything. It is a cesspool, and I don't want to put myself in those bad headspaces. So I just don't look at any comment section.
Doug, Mount Rushmore of comment section. It's hard to beat the STL Today comment section. It's my personal favorite.
Is it? They still
it's
have
phenomenal.
That?
What about back in the day, Bernie's press box, where it was a community of people just texting in, and then Dave Duncan took part.
Oh.
And then
but that's a putt he wanted back.
And eventually had to reveal that it was, in fact, him chiming in and was defending pitching decision.
Yeah.
The more you dug in on it, like, that seems like a guy who really has a lot of information about this. And then later it became a story that he admitted that he was in there.
Yeah. I think it was Dave Duncan PC, and then I don't remember what his number was. But if memory serves, and people were initially like, is Dave Duncan really posting in Bernie's press box on STLtoday.com? And then sure enough, he was. And it's just a tough spot when you're using your real name, and then you've got people who are not using their real names, and you're not necessarily fighting the same fight.
So he did sign in on, it was his own handle.
Right, but I think initially people thought it was just somebody.
Prank or a joke.
Right?
Okay.
And he admitted it? I don't remember the story.
Oh, yeah.
He came out and admitted it.
I think there was an article about it.
Oh.
Best entertainer of this millennium? Tim. 100% Tim. Doug, that's Shrimply Pibbles, who sends in pictures, and Jackson's
Stop
nodding.
it, Pibbles.
In the conversation.
Somebody said Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, he feels like 80s and 90s. I think turn of the century, maybe looking. But Eddie Murphy is still prevalent as hell.
Party all the time with the great Rick James.
Yeah, and it all culminated in what I could only imagine is the greatest payday ever of being in the Shrek movies.
Yeah, right. We all know Libby Jack reads the comment section of WNBA message boards. That's Eric in the Central West End.
Why would there be a comment section of a message board? The message board is a comment section.
You know what I got to tell you? It's a fair retort.
I mean, he's showing his ignorance, and that's cool with me.
What about the multi-talented Jason Alexander? Doug?
Yeah, song and dance man.
Right.
And the ad band.
Showman.
Yeah, he'd be up there. He'd be up there. What was the movie with the monkey? Dunstan checks in. Rough.
Good or bad?
Bad. Bad.
Has there ever really been a really good movie where a monkey is one of the stars?
Planet of the Apes. All the Planet of the Apes movies.
Horrible.
No.
That's going to fight you.
Horrible
Matt
stuff.
Reeves.
Damn those apes.
I'm not talking about the Charlton Heston ones, even though I like that one. The newer ones by Matt Reeves. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. War of the Planet of the Apes. All fantastic.
King
cinema.
Kong. Was that good? Bad?
Bad.
It's a big monkey.
New one, the Peter Jackson one from like 06. Bad.
What about Every Which Way But Loose? Those Clint Eastwood ones where he had an orangutan next to him. Does that count?
No, but that's probably like, you want to talk about greatest entertainers. If you can get a movie studio to give you all that money just for you and the monkey to go drive
Clyde.
around. Yeah, you and the monkey to drive around in cool cars, you've probably got it made in the shade.
He would cue Clyde, and Clyde, the orangutan, would punch people.
Martin, I know you're about to head to onboarding. Papers, have you had a chance to do the filtering? Because I see there's a bunch of emails. Okay.
Filter file should be thick.
So these ones that haven't been read, you haven't had a chance to read?
Yeah, I mean, if they just came in, then I probably haven't given the once over yet.
No, I was just checking.
Didn't the chairman actually filter
He filtered remotely?
I think he might have filtered some of these.
From the set of the film? And what's the name of the picture, Doug?
He was in.
It's a short film of some kind. I don't think it's a major motion picture.
Because they're on West Coast.
Maybe it's got a monkey as a star. I know that's your favorite kind.
No, it's not.
Maybe it's Grown Ups 3.
Oh, heaven forbid they make that movie.
They are.
Chairman Kurt is working on the set of Grown Ups 3.
I think it's called Raging Bulls.
Marky Mark. That's from Southern Illinois Kayak Club. I don't know what it means.
Mark Wahlberg as a multi-talented entertainer.
Ooh, not on my big board, but I love Mark Wahlberg.
On my big board.
I love Mark Wahlberg. His performance in The Departed is one of the funniest things ever. But I would not put him up there. As much as I love Good Vibrations.
Please stop talking, you virgin. Movie talk only extends your streaks of no intimacy. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Good stuff.
Lay off, Papers. He's on a hot streak right now. He looks sharp.
Thanks, man.
I'm telling you, that lid. There's
Coming in
gotta be.
nice.
Does it give you confidence when you walk into the
Sure.
speakeasy? Yes.
Sure, yeah, when I walk into the speakeasy, yeah. In my zoot suit.
Tam Avenue. Entering now. Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, local celebrity, over 6 feet tall. That's a big thing with the
true.
ones that, usually are, premium.
Hair rebounding.
And now the hair.
Oh, yeah.
Coming in nice.
6'1", 6'2"?
6'1".
They
6'1",
gotta
tons of
be
fun.
all over you. They gotta be all over you.
Yeah, it's great to be me.
Clip that
Oh,
off.
for heaven's sakes.
I wanted to take a picture of the two of us at the ball game set. Just
They've been great.
for social media, and
Yeah.
that's just kind of dorky.
You were in all black like Johnny Cash.
Oh, that's right, Man in Black.
I was trying to, be discreet.
Yeah.
Papers, over here.
Yeah, it was nice.
We will do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up, Martin. If you got to get to onboarding, understand it's bad time management. That's kind of the brand that I provide, along with being a homer and always positive. That's coming up in a matter of moments. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, Rangers tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Jacob deGrom on the mound for the Rangers. Michael McGreevy towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Well, Doug, you want it?
Oh, like I've never wanted anything before,
Well,
Tim.
I've got it for you. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Boy, these emails just keep coming in, Papers. You can't keep up with it. Or is it Chairman Kurt who's filtering them remotely from wine country?
I'd say both.
Both of them. What happens if you filter one and then he doesn't filter the other?
Well, I've given all of them a once over.
All right.
So I feel comfortable with everything in the filter file.
Did you announce the winner for May?
Buck Swope. I had to
he's back.
redo some of the math. It was Buck Swope.
Morning, gentlemen. They say America is a melting pot, but I think Busch Stadium is a better representation. The high society rubbing elbows and discussing industry in the green seats while sipping a gin and tonic and coiffing their slicked over haircut. Coiffing. I don't have hair, so I don't know what the verb means.
Yeah, not important.
Do you actually quaff your...
Yeah.
It is a quaff, right?
Your hair can be coiffed.
It can?
Sure.
Okay.
Think about it. Anybody thinking about it?
No, I'm not.
I
really.
can't stop thinking about it.
Then, like a rising sun in right field, the shimmering splendor of shirtless Hoosiers being vivacious and hammering ice-cold bush lights, making the opposing team tremble like a straw house during a hurricane. Families and friends scattered about the lower and upper bowls, eating $18 nachos and trying not to spill their, quote, healthy souvenir Diet Coke. Truly a gathering of the minds off Clark Street, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Cheers, and God bless America. That's from Mongo, a.k.a. Al Roboski's bare chest.
Mongo.
Did you see Hungo?
How about that?
On Friday,
Yes.
ripped off his shirt and then chugged a beer. Looking good, Al.
Mongo, a.k.a. Roboski's bare chest.
Think they'll invite us to do it?
No.
And then I'll have breast drawn on my back?
Oh, you've got him there now?
Yeah.
Just in case.
In case you go to prison?
Or the Jumbotron puts you on.
Did you say Drinkwitz faked it last
He did.
He did.
He pump faked it, Martin.
was going to.
Jackie's hair story really deserves an ABC Sunday night special with Patricia Heaton starring as Jackie's salty, unsupportive mother. You leave the families out of it.
Yeah.
And Bob Saget as his stern but loving stepfather.
That's going to be tough.
Add some 80s rock ballads driving the soundtrack, and we're cooking with fire. We can get Macaulay Culkin to portray Papers as a young, hungry producer in the early stages of
I could see that, yeah.
Battling the daily struggle of running TMA with one eye on the webcam and the lighting to ensure the sheen from the pending bare spot is mitigated. The struggle is real, Jackson. Oh, we can wax on about the successes of minoxidil and scalp massages, but let's be honest, it's going to disappear one way or another. That given, own it and let your inner Telly Savalas free. Players got to play, and once you shave it off and shine it up, you're in the Players Club, baby. Bald is bold, no matter what the hot single 30-year-old girls say. That's from Bro Fallon, former disgraced vice president of the Hair Club for Men.
Bro Fallon.
Harris's brother Masters beside himself in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. He says, seriously, what did Jackson do to his hair? Is that a toupee?
Healthcare Evolution. Give him a call.
That's right. For the record, that is not a toupee.
No, it's not a wig.
I would encourage people to come and grab on my hair.
That's not what they're not in the toupee business. Just to clarify,
They might diversify at some point, Martin, but right now, it's not what they're doing. Dear Dossier, last week, sparrow through the screen. Today, a drone. I watched it hover there for a second, blinking at me with that little red eye. And I just didn't react. I walked towards the window and made a vague shooing motion, giving it a soft come on now, like it was an annoying house guest. I considered escalating with the broom, but decided against it. If it wants footage of an old man standing in his kitchen reconsidering his life choices, it's earned it. After a while, it drifted out or maybe repositioned itself in my jail cell. Hard to say. Maybe it was just searching for the sparrow. At this point, I'm curious who will be visiting tomorrow. Toodles, that's from the TMA Troubadour, Senior Vice President of Lake Business.
Oh, TMA Troubadour.
For decades, Greg Brady provided the best way to get out of something. You know, when Marsha broke her date to the dance with nerdy ginger Eddie because the stud quarterback asked her to the same dance after she said yes, just say something suddenly came up. Bingo, Eddie's out, QB1 is in, work like a charm. Then Martin topped Greg with this fascinating concept. I'm sorry, I need to buy a stapler. Let's chop up and do some swing lines. Sexual chocolate, Doug, that's from We Too Low.
We Too Low.
Morning, Tim and Clowns. Point of clarification regarding my alleged fellow Red Devil Jan Jansen. I don't know if they still fly direct to Hoosierville Regional from DCA, referring to the airport, not douche Crow Armstrong. But you bet Doug's bottom dollar I'm not driving all the way to Dulles just to commit minor auto crimes, even if it is for the betterment of the listening audience and the region overall. Nope, instead I'm going to improve my Mound City in a different way from afar. You see, there is this unfortunate place called St. John Vianney High School, and it kind of just farts out garbage men, auto detailers, and questionable school bus drivers.
That's not fair.
You like the verb farts out, though?
No.
I think tapping into this crowd would be perfect for outsourcing my slashing of Martin's tires. Vianney gets paid above minimum wage and Martin's tires get stabbed. Boom. Two birds just got stoned at once. I just did more for the city than the mayor's office did from 1949 through 2025. Screw Chuck Todd. Great show, boys. Thanks. That's Jugs, and he is in D.C., says I miss Chairman.
Jugs in D.C.
Now, why are my tires getting slashed? What did I do?
I can't remember what the reasoning was for it, but yes, there's something about letting Dan Jansen's calls on the air, I think, and he wanted to slash your tires for it. If Jackson had taken his $15 court hoop shooting winnings and invested it in Bitcoin, it would now be worth over $3.1 million. We are so lucky that he missed that opportunity, so we will get to enjoy him on the air for the next 70 years. How about that, Papers? 70 years.
Yeah.
But I will really miss Jackson when the quarter zip guy kidnaps him. I wish that the kid who threw back the home run ball would have hit quarter zip Chad guy in the back of the head. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the 11 a.m. People Who Have Wronged Ken show. Martin, they're renaming it to People Who Have Wronged Ken.
That's going to be a long list, according to the author.
And finally, I was invited to a TMA STL Reddit meetup Saturday afternoon at a steak and shake off in Jennings.
Ooh.
That's where it was.
Yeah. Good crowd.
I arrived expecting a handful of listeners. Instead, I found 30 grown men huddled around banquet tables. The first fellow, bald Gary 69, introduced himself by his username and immediately asked where I stood on producer controversies from 5 years ago when Plowsy asked KG to sign his PTO slip sheet. Things escalated quickly. Doug's and Kisses 420 claimed he had definitive proof Tim had changed his laugh sometime around 2021. Another was diagramming relationships between Chris Raby and Beer Cats using a grease pencil on the back of a Bud Light box. Around hour 3, the boys decided to go tarps off. The sudden appearance of dozens of pale Midwestern Rodericks transformed the gathering from internet meetup into FEMA incident. As I left, a man stopped me to ask whether I thought Jackson's energy level on a random Tuesday in February was authentic. I told him I had children. Doug, that's Cotton Candy Randy, and that's what we have for the designer
Candy Randy
heating and cooling email of the day. We shall vote, announce the winner coming up at 10:55. Martin is headed to onboarding. We are in the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, the Afton soccer guy is not happy. Maybe this performance from, what do you say, song and dance man, Jason Alexander?
Yeah. A real song and dance man.
Mm-hmm. Can we talk about the United States men's national team beating Senegal yesterday? Huge momentum for us before the SMWC.
Okay.
That's from the Afton soccer guy. Doug, your thoughts on the win over Senegal?
Well, I thought the U.S. Played pretty well. This Senegal, they don't play now, and they's on scholarship too. So it was just a really, really nice win. Huge momentum before the SMWC. That's my wrap-up.
Jackson, what does SMWC stand for?
SMWC.
Something World Cup there at the end?
I don't know. I would just assume he meant World Cup.
But what if you say SMWC? Is it like you're like a ball knower?
St. Mary of the Woods College.
Yeah, nice spot.
Where they're the Pomeroys?
The U.S. men's national team is playing St. Mary of the Woods College?
Looks like it.
Well, I would hope we could take their measure.
Yeah. You want to know where that's in?
Yeah.
St. Mary of the Woods. You want to take a guess where St. Mary
of the Woods.
Didn't think we were going to get this. Isn't on the Polos Plus dossier, so this throws me off.
Maybe
Midwest.
something in Appalachia? No.
You're not. I mean, you're not that close.
Did you say Midwest or West?
Midwest.
I'll go Iowa.
St. Mary.
Starts with an I, but it is not
Idaho.
Not in the Midwest,
Illinois.
but does start with an I. No, bordering state.
Doug said Illinois. Then it said
Bordering
Iowa.
state of Illinois.
Indiana.
There we go.
Oh, that was easy. Okay.
St. Mary of the Woods College. Maybe that's what he's referring to. Otherwise, I might just not be a ball knower and not knowing what he's talking about.
I have a feeling that's not what he was referring to.
Unlikely, but, I don't want to say for
After
sure.
the soccer guy is back and he says, I'm a cuck idiot.
He didn't mean to say SM.
Oh,
he meant to say
it.
just WC.
That's World Cup. Got that.
How do you accidentally type in SM when you meant to type in WC?
Feels like maybe a suspension is worthy.
Wow, you're going to hit him with the appliance
I
discounters?
think that's right, Afton soccer guy. Because you did not proofread before you sent it in, you have been suspended. Suspended a period of 2 days' time, and your name as we speak is going into the appliance discounters suspension logule. Thank you, appliance discounters, for keeping these people in order.
Got a question here for you, Papers. I've seen this sent in a few times, so this will be good. You can answer this query. PLTDing, which of course is brought to you by the wonderful people at Schaefer Door Company. Doug, that's Jason Gossrow. I know he's been to your house. SCHAEF, 1FER, door.com. If your garage door broke over the weekend, go to SchaeferDoor.com because they have these Monday morning standby and they come out because they already block out the window in the morning to get out there and fix the garage door that broke over the weekend. They're a LiftMaster partner at Schaefer Door. And the sponsor of the podcast, that's the great Jason Gossrow, Schaefer Door Company. Podcasting like the Dickens, is there a reason the return music is no longer playing on the podcast? I'm not berating you, Jackie boy. I just realized it recently. Great work, exclamation point. That's from the 573. I think that's a sincere question. It might not lend itself to any conspiracy theories at the Steak and Shake off of Jennings.
No, it's a well-worded question. It's a question I've received a couple of times.
Oh, is that right? Your DM's blowing up from
DMs,
the ladies.
emails, yes. It was Hubbard Corporate, so not just Hubbard here in St. Louis, but Hubbard Corporate sent out a message for all podcasts across their vast national company to stop using copyrighted music in the podcast proper. So unfortunately, cannot no longer use copyrighted music in our podcast. If you listen live on the radio or on streaming, you can hear it, but not the case on YouTube or on the podcast. Copyright is a fickle little mistress.
That's interesting, but I'm still going to stick with what I've been posting, that you're just lazy.
Sure. I would understand that, and the fact that it hadn't been addressed up until this point would maybe lend credence to that, but I will tell you that this is you can go listen to any Hubbard podcast across the nation over the last week or so, and you'll recognize the same thing.
And you're responsible for uploading all those podcasts, so this speaks to your laziness.
Yeah, I do each one.
Proves my point.
Yeah.
As I understand it, radio stations have to pay an ASCAP fee. That's the music, kind of the musical union, for lack of a better word. So the radio stations pay, so every time we play music from a certain artist, a little something trickles down to that artist.
Yeah.
But podcasters don't do that. They don't pay.
Right. And yeah, that gives us the right to play it over the radio and live,
but not
to play
podcasting.
it right.
Yeah.
Right. So just doing as I'm told here.
But you shouldn't do that.
Right. For the better. Yeah. No, I get that. I get that. I should
just a few seconds of music on a podcast is worth risking a giant lawsuit.
Right. Well, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
You're
hearing it from me and Doug. We've been in the industry for a while. Listen to us.
This is the age-old debate of, the creative artists versus, commerce. It's been a battle that's been fighting since the Renaissance. But here we are again, doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So sorry to some of the listeners out there, but that is the reasoning.
So it sounds like it's BS.
And the person who asked is a
gentleman.
A gentleman that didn't take it as a beratement. It was a legitimate question. I'm happy to answer it. You can always email me, too, with any questions. jburkett@InsideSTL.com.
Yeah, and I like them as well. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. We haven't done a QFTA in like 7 years.
It's
Maybe you think about today? Because we got a meeting at 1. We got quick hitter. You like that?
I do like a quick hitter.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah,
that's right up your alley.
Count me in.
All right, we got a QF. Just like that, Doug.
Man.
Jackson and I doing 4 hours at TMA, 1 hour after TMA, and then we're doing QFTA from what, 12 to 1? Does that work? Probably 12:15 to 1?
12:15 to 12:56.
All right, Doug, 12:15 to 12:56.
Can't teleport. I gotta get done.
You really need to broadcast that much.
It's not so much need as that there's a clamoring for it.
That's the issue. It's supply and demand. Guns and butter. Walter Johnson.
Well, you think Rolling Stones would keep going out there, but their promoters are like, hey, listen, we could sell out another tour. It's like, oh, all right. Someone grab the guitar.
Doug Piglet's not happy. He says, yes, man, Jackson, musicians wanting to be paid is fickle. Man, F you.
Hey.
Go copyright some of your AI creations, douchebag.
Stop it. Leave us alone.
Well, it's good to hear that it's resonating with the audience.
Do we have a text of the day yet today?
No, but yeah, let's get that. Here's some copyright music. I'll take this out of the boop. Oh, wow. Kind of right there in the middle.
Like that's Al Stewart.
One more time.
There it is.
All right. We welcome you to participate in the program. Text in, call in, and email in now for QFTA. And you can email it to Jackson if you don't want to email me. You hate me, but you love papers. I understand it. jburkett at InsideSTL.com, or you can email me, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Questions. We'll be doing this from 12:15 till 12:56 coming up on the TMA STL YouTube channel, which will also be in the TMA podcast feed. So subscribe to the TMA podcast feed, which is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. You go to VIP Auto Accessories, and they're going to take care of everything. Don't make the mistake of taking your vehicles to 4 or 5 different places when everything can be done in-house at VIP Auto Accessories with Tommy Cibulka and Brian Grigg. That's right, VIP Auto Accessories. Online at VIPAutoAccessories.com. Commercial upfits, graphic solutions, hail repair, touch-up, and aftermarket. That's what they do, and if it can be done, VIP Auto Accessories can probably do it. I got my windows tinted at VIP Auto Accessories, and they'll give you a lifetime warranty. It's great to have the windows tinted in the summer. Keeps your kids cool in the car. It's VIPAutoAccessories.com for all your commercial vehicle upfit needs. Ask for Tommy Cibulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg and tell him you heard about him on TMA. What do you think about this?
Well, it kind of peters out there. Is that it? That's all we got there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, didn't mean to upset you.
Couldn't be less upset.
I guess we're taking questions and grievances here in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And Beer Cats is sending them in. And he says, now that HD2 has some life breathed back into it with 58 minutes of Ken. Is that what the show's called? I thought it was called
The Strode Program.
Or Who Wronged Ken Program?
Right, that's another name. Working title.
Is there any chance some effort gets put into adding more content to the best of stuff? Not a shot at anyone.
No, of course not.
As it's clear that it's been making no money, would like some more of the old McKernan show interviews like Rich Gould and Franco Pinion and some more Swope's picks. That's from Beer Cats.
You have time to get that done today, Jackson?
Sure, why not?
No, it's a no. Okay. All right, we'll just let it flounder, I guess.
Apologies that the 500 segments that play on there aren't good enough.
No.
Are there really that many different ones?
Yep.
500.
That's right.
And you had to go through and listen to them all again?
Me and the Plowhawk.
The Plowhawk works with you?
He did.
Well, I know, of course, I'm aware of that.
Yeah,
but I, didn't,
well,
but
we were
I thought you were doing it currently.
No. During the heyday of us adding content to TMA all day, me and the Plowhawk were undertaking that task. But now it's just me. I have other things I have to tend to that are of higher importance, just being honest.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why if I have some time this week with some free time, I'll add some
But
more
that was
stuff.
probably a fun thing to do, is to go back and listen to all those shows and edit out the parts that were inappropriate.
Right. It's a blast.
Okay, don't
like
get
that you
down.
got a vocal fry going, I noticed.
Wow.
What's that? I'm sorry. I'm trying to do like 100 things at once
Okay,
here.
well, once you get the hair going, you just kind of forget your
No,
friends.
I'm sorry. I'm true. I'm trying my best to be a part of the conversation here while also doing this so that the
Okay,
podcast
sorry.
goes up.
No, you go about your business.
Okay, no, it's fine. Podcast will be late. It's cool by me, man.
This is all
I don't
hair
care.
related.
I don't give a damn.
You've got more confidence than you've ever had simply because of the thickness of your hair.
I don't care. It's all good.
Well, we've upset him.
I'm not upset at all.
No, we've upset you.
I'm going to choose. Doug, this is what comes with doing this show for 22 years.
Okay.
It's about reads.
Okay.
And I think it's in the best interest of this program. And the gentleman I said at 7:08 this morning when they got him at 7:05. I was retelling some anecdotes on the weekend when I was with some people, and they were raving about Jackson Burkett. That I think it is in the best interest of the show and making sure that Jackson is a part of this show for as long as possible, that I do not read this text from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
Do it. I demand it.
So, yeah. I'm fairly certain that TMA Troubadour had the most Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day wins in May, not Buck Swope. I would like to put in a sunshine request to see Jackson's award winner spreadsheet. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
That could 100% be true. I thought it was Buck Swope. I'll be honest.
I keep a log. We can go through it if we need to.
Oh, nice.
You keep a log of who wins?
Request?
You keep a log of who wins?
Yeah.
The hell have I been doing it for this whole time?
Well,
then
I just I got this snazzy little booklet from Stiefel.
Like Ernst and Young
and so I
auditor.
started to put it to use
This is
a
nice.
month or two
Yeah,
ago.
then we can do that. Yeah, okay. I 100% can be wrong about that. Being honest, we take there's about a 2-minute respite between doing this program and, as Doug calls it, the Strode program. And during that time, I'm busier than a one-armed paper hanger.
That's right.
And so sometimes the journaling of the non-large prize months of the email today, design and cooling email today, gets overlooked. And that's on me. There's no one to blame but me on that. I undertook this thing with After the Morning After, understanding that my work cannot slack elsewhere. But we'll improve on that. And thank you to Doug for also doing some journaling.
Have you ever tried to put up wallpaper with only one arm?
No, I've never had to put, that seems like based on the email, of Vianney's move.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Hey, Beer Cats, just go podcast Swope's picks, you lazy nutsack. That's from Jackson's boy body.
I want to try to make everything we do as best as possible, but I can't satisfy everybody.
Berkey doesn't give a damn, and I love it. Leave the dams for the beavers. That's from Sweet Kai, Doug.
Gosh.
Okay.
I kind of like that. Leave the dam for the beavers.
We stand with the TMA Troubadour. That's from Dale in Grubville.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, flock of seagulls, how about you play some drops? That's from trumpet usage. You sure you want me to keep reading these?
Go ahead.
They're coming at you from all directions.
Taking a break from the bit sketch for a minute. What's up with the music not playing coming out of the breaks? The people miss it. That's from old people's Facebook statuses, which I got to tell you, this is Martin likes logistics, he says. I saw old people's Facebook statuses, and this is why it's important to have a name if you want to be read in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, because I saw old people's Facebook statuses, and I thought that's a go-to that I know is going to divert from the Jackson attacks, and instead, as it turns out, it wasn't an attack. It was asked in a kind way, but you just intended to it, and usually it says something like this: bring Bob Gibson back, and I bet these filthy kids don't do obscene gestures on the field. Baseball used to be a gentleman's sport. That was a text that was sent in by old people's Facebook statuses. But in this case, unfortunately, old people's Facebook statuses broke from their usual character and wanted to know where the music was, which is something that Jackson explained. And you want to do it again in maybe a 10-second.
Yeah, Hubbard Corporate in Minnesota asked everyone in their nationwide company to stop using licensed copyrighted music in podcast. You can use them over the air, but not podcast. That's the short of it. Now, I will say for old people's Facebook statuses, maybe in terms of the bit that they do, hearing that and then 15 minutes later asking the question again would be maybe an old person's move. So I take it as the bit continues, but I don't know.
You never know. I'm a big lemming of old people's Facebook statuses, text inbox selections, however. With that said, we are all the TMA Troubadour. That's from Big Tuft. And Doug, it's like the end of Dead Poets Society now.
All right. Well, when we get a moment, we will go back through it day by day and figure out who won the month of May.
Day by day by day. Was that Ben Stiller in Meet the Parents?
I don't know.
And he said a prayer? Is that right?
I wish I could help.
Then he opened up the Oyster Bay champagne and knocked over the urn? Am I right?
Well, I think so, but I don't remember exactly.
Dr. Brandon Pryor, remember, he does show prep. I guarantee he does. He's at 100 West Dental, and he is on Manchester in Baldwin. And, of course, he can take care of your dental issues. But now he can take care of your sleep issues. How about that? He treats sleep apnea with custom oral appliances, and that's an alternative to a CPAP. So no mask, no machine, for the right candidates. If you think you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, they'll do a complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked, because bad sleep catches up with you. You're not performing at 100% if you're not sleeping right at work, in the gym, anywhere. And yeah, this is still the best place to go for veneers, implants, full smile rehab, the bigger dental work. Visit 100westdental.com and go see Dr. Brandon Pryor. That's 100westdental.com. Cardinals in action tonight against the Rangers, but fresh off of taking 2 of 3 from the Chicago Cubs. J.J. Weatherholt was talking over. Is this on Martin's pregame show, or is this postgame? Because they lost on Saturday, but I see the audios from Saturday, so I'm thinking he had to have talked about it in advance of the loss on Saturday. No, this is afterwards.
Postgame Saturday. This is courtesy of KMOV.
All right.
You know, with the crowds there and how engaged everybody is, and you know, kind of just each moment feels intense, and we're just trying to play better baseball. So, you know, they played really well tonight. We just got to find a way to bounce back in the series. But yeah, hearing the crowd engaged and just kind of, you know, the boos and the holler and all that type of stuff it's cool to be a part of.
There you go. Matthew Liberatore and Mason Wynn also talked about the energy at the old ball yard.
Did you see that throw Wynn made late in last night's game from deep short? I'm not sure I've ever seen a shortstop throw the ball any harder than that.
He has an absolute rifle.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing any shortstops ever with a better throwing arm. I know Sean Dunston had a rifle at short.
That's the one that I remember watching games on WGN back in the day. This was hyped up coming into the organization, coming into being part of the big club. But there are often times that you sit there and go, I don't think the average shortstop, gets that double play in particular on a 6-4-3. Papers, I apologize, I cut you off on the Mason Wynn, Matthew Liberatore sound.
That was a lot of fun. Definitely probably the loudest I've heard Busch this year, and for good reason. They got a good team over there, and this is a historical rivalry, so it's fun to be able to take part in that and pull out a series win.
It was amazing. Obviously we would have loved to get the sweep, but to get the series dub is amazing. The energy in the stadium was electric. All three games, both sides. There was definitely a few Cubs fans here, but I think the Cardinals fans kind of overshadowed them, and it was nice.
Great atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Sure was. I hope the fans can keep that up over the rest of the season, and not just a Cubs series, but something close to that for every game they play the rest of the way. I don't know that they can do that, but it'd be nice. Jacob
deGrom and Mike McGreevy tonight as the Rangers come to town celebrating the 15th anniversary of the 2011 World Series.
Yeah. Well, the Rangers won't celebrate it too much.
Not?
Probably not at all. Anybody left from either team still? Probably not. Anywhere in the dugout? Coaches, managers, certainly not players.
Skip Schumacher?
Yeah, wrong team, I guess.
Right, but was a part of that.
Yeah, he'd probably be the only one.
John Jay?
Well, those would be the only two.
Daniel Descalzo?
There's really only three of them.
See?
Depending on the day, maybe Yadier Molina if he's in the dugout.
So there's about four that were still there. I started thinking about players. Of course, there's no players still playing 15 years later.
Doug, the 636 says the guy who threw the ball badly after PCA's home run Saturday is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat?
Is he?
How could you possibly verify that?
I need to see this.
So some guy just said he was, and now it's like, oh, exclusive.
All right. The text I see is overbearing sports dad, or excuse me, the last post in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is the overbearing sports dad. He's at war with Carlos Spicy Wiener over kids' volleyball success in high school or something. Mm-hmm. And he says, sure is a good thing we don't play the Cubs nearly as much, but instead have better rivals visit like the Rangers and Mariners. That's from the overbearing sports dad, Doug.
Okay. He's a little overbearing.
I guess maybe they're saying it's this guy, Big Illusion is his name.
Big Illusion.
He says, people seem to not understand that dude's throw from the tarps off crowd on Saturday with PCA's home run ball. He was trying to hit the Cubs fan in the first row, which he did, but people mistakenly think he couldn't throw it back to the outfield. So that's
you shouldn't take it out on the other fan. You shouldn't throw a baseball.
You're going to hurl a baseball at another fan, and he's saying that we're all idiots. Yeah. Boy, might need to take some stock there.
Wouldn't you be upset if somebody tried to throw a ball back on the field instead hit you in the back of the head?
Yeah, or they were trying to hit me with the ball because I wore a different jersey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would be upset.
It is 10:45 in St. Louis. The program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we welcome you to participate in a wide variety of ways on the show. Text in, call in, and, of course, that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where apparently celebrities are now dropping by and participating in the conversation. Doug, just like the gentleman who threw the ball, who may have been trying to hit a Cubs fan, but may have been trying to throw it on the field. We don't know. Big Illusion says he does, and he says he was trying to hit a Cubs fan in the first row, and he did it successfully. So this guy's got pinpoint accuracy, and maybe he could join the Cardinal Middle Relief Corps. We'll find out. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Tomorrow evening, we got Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Hurricanes, Golden Knights, pregame 6:30, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was their SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Good column here by Ken Rosenthal just posted this morning on The Athletic, Doug, regarding Major League Baseball and what could wind up being a significant move at the trade deadline. My guess is you haven't had a chance to read the column. Do you want to take a guess who he thinks is going to be on the move?
A significant trade move.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Let's see. Probably a really good player on a team that's going nowhere, be my guess.
This is what we call a guessing
How
game.
about Tarek Skubal?
Yes!
Really?
Well done. They are 4-21 since they got news of his injury, but he is expected to come back. The Tigers are the worst team in the American League. 16 games under 500. They're 11.5 games out in the American League Central. They're 7 games back in the wild card race, and they have 14 players, including 10 pitchers, on the IL. You know who else has that? The Dodgers. How about that? They're doing just fine, for the record.
Yeah.
The Tigers are not, however, and so Ken Rosenthal writes they are going to move Skubal, in his opinion. He said only one team in AL-NL history. Wouldn't that include everybody? But maybe
pretty much everybody.
Time when there was the 1914 Boston Miracle Braves reached the postseason after going 16 games under 500. So, with that established, the thought process is the Tigers will make a move. They spent a franchise record $217 million on this year's payroll, and Skubal is in a spot. If the Tigers keep Skubal, then make him a qualifying offer and lose him as a free agent, they will only receive a draft pick after the first round as compensation. A trade, of course, would yield greater projected value, though the return would be depressed by 3 factors: Skubal's status as a rental, the remaining portion of his $32 million salary he is owed, and his lack of eligibility for a qualifying offer as a player traded in the middle of the season. So his expectation, as you will see, one of the best in a game go here in the next 8 weeks.
And he'll wind up with the Dodgers, of course.
Yeah. And he then goes on to write about the likelihood of the possibility of him going to the Dodgers.
Of course he will. Anytime a superstar wants to change teams, that's where they go. Money, no object, whatever.
Bryce Harper did an interview yesterday on ESPN, and he actually endorsed the Dodgers' dominance as an illustration of the strength of the game.
What?
Yep. This is a real thing. I read this this morning before starting the presentation. He said with regard to the offer and counter proposal from MLBPA and the owners, we're coming from 2 different areas, but we both have to understand our game's in a great position right now to succeed, and we can't lose that momentum. He said this from Dodger Stadium on Sunday morning. We can't lose that momentum as players. We can't lose that momentum as owners. So wherever we're at, whatever they're coming with, whatever we're coming with, you have to come to an agreement before any of that happens, because there's other things to do. This is not 1994 where there was nothing else to do. It's not just, oh, baseball's here. No, there's a lot of other things to do than just watch baseball. And he said, with regard to the Dodgers, our game is in a great direction, in a great place, because of the Los Angeles Dodgers. He says, obviously, they make a lot of money. They're able to get free agents, but the Dodgers don't just do that. They draft well. They do a very good job in the minors developing guys. Other teams can't do that. You can spend all the money in the world, but you can have a terrible farm system and not have teams come up. So he said that he's pointing to the Dodgers' success organizationally as the reason why they're successful and not just spending money.
Well, they've done both, but to say that they didn't get to where they are by spending money would ignore the money they spent on guys like Shohei Ohtani and Kyle Tucker and Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and a bunch of people that make a ton of money that only the Dodgers could probably maybe the Yankees, too, could afford to have that level, that many superstars on the same roster.
So if you got the Cardinals and Dodgers meeting up in the NLDS, and what are you going to go? You're going to see Yamamoto, Skubal, and Ohtani, and the Cardinals are going to counter with, who do you go with there? You go McGreevy,
May.
Liberatore, and May?
Probably so.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go get them. Skate, boys, skate.
Well, you never know.
Yeah.
You know what I say? That's why they play the games.
Yes.
Think about what I just said.
That's why they play the game.
Skubal was also asked about the labor situation. He said, I don't think it impacts what they think it impacts in terms of having an even playing field. I don't think that a salary cap does that by any means. So it doesn't matter that the floor may have been higher than people thought, even though the ceiling's still kind of low. It doesn't matter what the numbers are, so to speak. That's Tarek Skubal.
I don't agree with that either.
With reference to it.
Well, the players aren't going to come out and say anything other than there should never be a salary cap.
No.
They're always going to be on the side of the team that spends the most money and against any mention of a salary cap. But, most of the league would argue against that it's just not fair.
Guys, what Bryce Harper is saying is he likes the Harlem Globetrotters Washington Generals model.
Pretty much. Mm-hmm.
Ken Rosenthal wrote a column also about how, if a couple things would have gone differently, the Dodgers wouldn't have won the World Series.
No kidding.
But they win the most games in the regular season. And in his column, he also wrote that's really the true test. But they also win the most games in the regular season as well. James Carlton at the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is online at carltoninsurance.net. I just got this email within the last, 20 minutes here. Sent to my Hubbard email. Tim, I am one of the many longtime listeners who don't write or text in, but I love the show, and I support as many of the sponsors as I can. I just wanted to share that James Carlton is everything you guys say he is and more. He responded to me on a not that important question on Saturday evening and then again on Sunday. Furthermore, his staff is just as good and as thoughtful. I would give him 6 stars on Google if I could. How about that? That is from a listener. I don't know if he wants me to give his full name. Larry with the last initial K just sent that to me. That is a wonderful endorsement. I'm also a client, so I can speak to that firsthand. 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. We're headed down the hallway for after the morning after. And then Jackson and I are going to do QFTA from 12:15 to 12:56. This is all happening on the TMA STL YouTube channel. BK and Ferrario coming up next. Time for us to shut it down. Well, hold on a second. We got the email of the day winner.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Jugs in D.C.
Jugs in D.C. has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. For Jackson, Ben Burkett, Martin Kilcoyne, the vacationing chairman Kurt, my brother Kevin, Douglas Sullivan, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.